Hello, everybody. Welcome to a new day, day 4 of the Kyle Rittenhouse verdict watch. The long march to victory, so to speak. We are joined again today by V Radio. Say hello,
Yo,
V.
hello V.
And yes, we are here now, and now we can just hurry up and wait and stare at the Wisconsin State seal all day. We won't say anything. We'll just watch the seal together, I think.
I don't think the Wisconsin State Seal has ever gotten this much attention in its entire history.
it's getting it's getting more ratings than CNN these days, I guess.
Yeah, I think I am. If I ever do like a Be Right Back like image or whatever for my channel, it's going to be the Wisconsin State Seal. It's because people are used to it, right?
Yes, and good morning to you, chat. I legitimately never thought we'd be here on day 4. I seriously thought that there was no way this would go to Friday. But
No, yeah, me neither.
I actually saw a rumor, and who knows how would anybody would know this, that the jury is deadlocked down the middle 6-6, which if that's the case, forget it, hung jury.
Right. No, it's tough. That there's something up. That's for damn sure. It really makes me wish I could see what was going on in that room.
But I guess we'll have to address something we saw on the stream yesterday. For those of you who missed it, I'll play the video of an individual who we don't know his identity. Well, we know his identity now, obviously. And as I suspected, remember yesterday I said, well, we'll wait for Andy No to come up with the mugshot. That's
Right.
exactly what happened. But we don't know this person's affiliation, if any, if he's been described as having been in Black Bloc, or at least that's how Andy No describes him.
Right.
I'm not 100% certain you could say that necessarily. But let's have a look at, here's the video. Actually, I should share my screen with you now.
Sure.
Share screen. Boom. Share. So you can see what the hell I'm talking about. Alright, so I'm going to play the video yesterday of the police arresting, or I should say detaining. They actually did arrest him officially for possession of a firearm within 1,000 yards of a school.
What's funny about this, like, you remember we were talking about before this happened, man, there doesn't seem to be that many cops. And then something
Yeah,
like
they
this
came out
happens,
somewhere.
and there's like 60 of them standing there like, no. They are ready for stuff to get out of hand, that's for sure. It still trips me out that this dude literally has his pistol on his hip the entire time they're putting cuffs on him.
Yeah, I've never seen the cops take someone into custody and let them retain their weapons.
Right.
Back. Step back. How many times? Step back. Back. Back.
Sidewalk, guys, to the sidewalk.
Step
There's
back.
actually the trouble of opening up the paddy wagon. Oh, I guess it's a cave. Then they like change their mind.
It's like some misdirection going on here.
Right. Yeah, I remember that.
Alright, so let's taking a look at the guy. He is in black pants, black coat, black hat, but if I had seen him, I'm not sure I would have immediately, seen him walking alone. I'm not sure I would have immediately said he was Antifa.
Right. Yeah, me neither. And there are people that are spreading the rumor that it was a far leftist, but we don't have any evidence of this at this point.
Because his jacket is actually, I believe technically, it's not even, it's like a two-tone black and gray. Let me let it play a little more. Yeah, it's kind of like a two-tone jacket. I'm just gonna keep it. I'm not sure he's Black Bloc necessarily. Well, he's got the black. Everything is black. His shoes are black. His pants are black. His jacket is a black two-tone, and he's got a black hat. But you want to say that's Black Bloc? Maybe. undetermined. I'm gonna say for myself.
For sure. I know that I definitely, with the situation that we have, though, I definitely wouldn't want anybody just walking up with a pistol in this situation. I get it. And I'm an open carry guy normally, but this is not a good scenario. Somebody will pop, somebody in this situation for sure.
Let's see here. Super chat from Michael Williams. It a shame this has been dragged out all week. The silver lining is the riot stream will be several times more entertaining. I mean, we draw entertainment from macabre things. What's that saying about these violent delights? I mean,
yeah.
That's people's livelihoods going up in smoke when we watch those buildings burn. Even if nobody gets hurt. I mean, that the destruction has consequences.
It is very easy to forget that these are real people we're talking about, and sometimes I look at it that way now that I've actually met, so like, for example, when I interviewed Chandler Pappas, who was standing there when Michael Reinl murdered Jay Danielson, it really humanizes it. You start to remember, wait a minute, these are people, these people have lives. This is like affecting actual people, and that doesn't mean that we have to like obscure the truth for the sake of their feelings, but it does mean that we should bear that in mind.
Well, the one that really drove it home for me was during, I think, some the riots in Minnesota, and I wish I could find this video again. I haven't, whenever I've looked for it just casually, I've been able to find it. It was this old woman who was across the street from a supermarket that burned, and she just started crying, right? Like, where am I going to go now to buy groceries? Because the next nearest grocery store was, way out of, walking distance for this, like, woman in her 80s.
Right.
And she had this grocery store across the street from where she lived, which was very convenient for her. She could just go across the street. And, like, I think they said the next nearest grocery store was, like, miles away. And she's like, but where am I? She referred to George Floyd as George. See, that's the irony. She was on the Black Lives Matter side. She's like, oh, they did George bad, but now where am I going to buy my groceries? I don't know what I'm going to do. And then she just broke down crying right there in front of the interviewer. And I was like, they basically, I mean, nobody thinks about that old lady when they just burn everything down.
Right. And it's also about what are the future implications. Is like, that's something I'm just trying to like nail home with people who supported riots or were apologists for riots. Like I've ranted about it many times, but it is not going to improve they basically make the argument that, well, you have to understand that, these are economically depressed places and that leads to people lashing out at the system. I'm like, okay, but you're literally creating more poverty and destroying your economy, which will lead to more poverty. So what are you going to do when that happens? Riot again? Is there a point at which rioting suddenly improves the economy? It doesn't.
All right, so we saw this. This is what we saw yesterday, basically. Since then, a new angle has come forward where they show how the police detain him. So this is also kind of unusual in that the cops didn't initially. I don't know if you've seen this video yet. V, did you see this angle?
Let me take a look. Sorry, I'm still spreading.
Someone who was taking video from in front of the guy that was arrested as they led him away.
Oh, okay. No, I didn't see this.
Okay, so watch. You got the cops walking with him, and they're letting the guy walk again. He's armed, remember?
Right.
And then that whole trail of cops that we don't know where they came from trails, and then I guess when the media pack descends, they form the circle. So let's watch that develop. This BG on the scene, by the way, took these videos. This video. Now this is where the cops start searching his pockets. But it is amazing how there were more media there than demonstrators at this point in the day.
Yeah, for sure. It's still so bizarre to me. A pistol on him. And I can't stop harping on that. Like, what's the good of you putting handcuffs on him if he's got a pistol?
So here's the guy. Andy No broke this 17 hours ago. Wow, I can't believe how long that was.
Right.
The Masked Man. Now, this is Andy's characterization of him in Black Block, who was arrested while allegedly carrying a knife and gun outside the Kenosha courthouse, is Jonathan David Clark. He crossed multiple state lines to get to the direct action. So here is Kenosha County Sheriff's Department inmate inquiry. Actually, I've discovered that this is public. I can go in there if I want. Kenosha County. I just want to see if he's gotten any bail or anything. Kenosha County Sheriff's Department inmate inquiry. His name is Jonathan David Clark. Current inmate search. I wonder if I just put in Clark. Oh, a lot of Clarks. There he goes. Clark Jonathan David, and I'll try not to dox the guy. I don't want his address going out there.
They won't have that sitting on
yes,
the
they
file
did.
Anyway. Oh, did they? Oh
Yeah.
my god. Oops.
Anyway, we'll stick with Andy's.
Docs. Yeah. Oh, I guess we should have looked at that. That's weird. It's like I've looked people up so many times studying this trial. I never got anybody's address.
All right, so 5'9", 165 pounds. At the time Andy did it yesterday, I don't know if was he just not arraigned yet. They had no bond listed, no bail, no charges. I guess that the charge would be having the firearm within 1,000 feet of a school.
Right.
So here's his mugshot. Gauges in his ears. Now this may be kind of, now this more than the supposed Black Block thing means more to me.
Right.
I'm not gonna say I've never seen a right-wing guy with holes in their ear like that, but nah, I think I can count on one hand the number I've seen.
What I'd be curious is like the people that are really good at researching somebody's social media, if they've looked into his Facebook, if he has one, or Parler or whatever, to see if they can learn more about him.
I just noticed the gauges in the ear because I never looked at the mugshot photo this closely.
Right.
Do they take those out of your ear if they put you in custody?
I don't know. I always thought that was pretty excessive, so I never even looked at it because I was like, that's not going to be me.
Well,
it looks like something so easy to exploit if you ever got in a fight,
Now I'm a little more confident in saying he's maybe left wing, but who knows? I mean, maybe he could just be some random wacko. But he comes from Kentucky, according to the Kenosha County Sheriff's Department record. So he went. That's multiple state lines. If you came Kentucky to Wisconsin.
When I did my video about rioters being arrested from across state lines, there were people from Kentucky too. It's crazy how far somebody will drive for a situation like this.
So that's all we know right now of Jonathan David Clark, the guy that was taken into custody. But this happened probably after the stream, I would think, because we did not see this person there during our stream. This is Rebecca Brandon tweeting. She says, notable Black Lives Matter activist from Minnesota, so another person that crossed the state line,
right,
yells at Rittenhouse supporter, Kyle should have never made it to trial, baby. Bring that bitch to my neck of the motherfucking wood. The jury had already left for the day, and the majority of the crowd had gone home. Well, that confirms that was after. So we ended our stream shortly after the jury was dismissed. So here she is. Now, remember, guys, this woman is standing on the courthouse steps, and you could argue she's making a death threat here, but I guess by the letter of the law, it's not necessarily a death threat, but it's in my opinion, it's coming pretty close.
Can't tell you, bitch, that you ain't lost stuff. You talking about KKK or Becky? Is that what you talking about? We the people. We the people. You ain't the motherfucking people because you on the wrong motherfucking side. It's right or wrong. Right or wrong. Period. Ain't no in between with this shit. Ain't no in between with that shit. You out here talking about Kyle should have never made it to trial, baby. Yeah, bring that bitch to my neck in the motherfucking wood. Little Rock. Bring that motherfucking Peckerwood to Little Rock home and see what happens. Bring that bitch.
Just to show you where she's coming from, you can see her hat. Fuck 12.
Right.
I mean, she's hardcore BLM, clearly. So here, I guess here's where she says it.
Can't tell you, bitch, that you ain't lost stuff. You talking about KKK or Becky? Is that
Wow, that voice is a bit much this early in the morning.
I don't think there's a time of the day that is more tolerable.
Yeah, I do know. I would say that she does affect a certain accent to her speech that you would not normally identify with Caucasian fellas. Some refer to it as a black scent.
Mm-hmm.
But I believe she herself said Little Rock is where she's from. So it's funny that they're saying that she's a prominent leader in Minnesota. Does that mean she lives in Little Rock and just went up to Minnesota to be a BLM activist?
I don't know.
Because when she says bring that bitch to my neck of the woods, then I'm pretty sure she said Little Rock. Let me see.
Right.
Let's play it again. I apologize for those of you whose ears I'm torturing.
motherfucking people because you on the wrong motherfucking side. It's right or wrong. Right or wrong. Period. Ain't no in between with this shit. Ain't no in between with that shit. You out here talking about Kyle should have never made it to trial, baby. Yeah, bring that bitch to my neck in the motherfucking wood. Little Rock. Bring that motherfucking Peckerwood to Little Rock.
She said Little Rock. The only Little Rock I know of is in Arkansas. The fact that she called him a Peckerwood, I don't think people around Minnesota talk that way about Peckerwood.
I've been called that before in Michigan, so, but that's still, yeah. There's some signs of that. That's just goofy. It's funny is that only like the most extreme weirdos are showing up to this thing, and some of the people that are just local. So kind of like that's also unfortunately makes it more likely that something bad could happen if one of these people, does something.
Okay, so look at this. I should have seen this. Andy No has confirmed she is from Arkansas. Tanya James of Arkansas crossed state lines to I love Andy No is leading into that meme. Crossed state lines to get to the Kenosha courthouse, where she suggests over a bullhorn that Kyle Rittenhouse should have been killed.
Yep. Those are the people I encounter all the time. Like that would have been in any of these encounters, the only acceptable thing to do if the mob has targeted you is to what the guy in Portland did. Sit there and just let them beat you until they're satisfied or until they kill you.
See, someone in the chat says they're from Arkansas, Peckerwood. Yeah, I would. In Arkansas, people call each other Peckerwoods is common. I just wouldn't associate it with the upper Midwest,
Right.
Let me see here. So I guess that we'll have to turn from the wackos in front of the courthouse to a possible rogue juror inside the courthouse.
Right.
This is this isn't just internet randos. This is what they're talking about on Raketa Law. I think you said you saw, was it Andrew Branca, self-defense?
Yeah, he talked about it. No, he actually had like a whole rant about it. So,
so here we actually looked at this in yesterday's stream, the jury instruction or the jury question number 5. The one that says, and I guess I didn't think of it at the time, but look at the handwriting. Clearly a feminine handwriting, but the fact that the way it's written in the bullet point format, this is clearly someone who I think is used to writing memos.
Right. Yep. In addition to the fact that they said that she had kind of like a
she even has
indentation.
She even uses indentation.
Oh my goodness. Very pretentious. That's what people are saying, is that it looks like, she was talking to underlings or something like that. That was the feeling that they got.
I mean, let's parse the language. Please prepare Mr. Rosenbaum shooting event. Well, I didn't notice she misspelled Rosenbaum. Although if you don't read it, I could see misspelling that one. I mean, please prepare Mr. Rosenbaum shooting event 1. I mean, she's saying please, but does that sound like a request to you?
No, not really. I mean, I don't know. It sounds like something that your manager would say to you. They say please, but they really mean no.
And then she goes to her bullet pointed list. Boom, 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 boom. Zoomed in image still after. Is that an exclamation point, or is that just writing that got erased? I'm wondering if this is in pencil, because it looks like they wrote something here and it was erased. Mr. Rittenhouse, put down fire extinguisher. Put down fire extinguisher.
That was the language that the prosecutor used, and that's why some of the Rikita law people are worried that whoever this is clearly on the Binger side of the narrative.
Full event 1 video in regular and slow motion. We will request when ready. I mean, it's like I guess when she's directly writes this to the judge, right?
Right.
It's almost like the judge is like her clerk. we will request when ready. Presiding juror 54. Yeah, I don't like the vibe I'm getting off this note now.
No, me neither. There's all kinds of goofiness to it.
I'm just hearing that her voice, because I remember hearing her voice yesterday speaking to the judge. She's the woman that said, "Well, how will you know he sat in your chair if you're not here?" She actually said that to the judge.
Now I want to go back and listen to that, because I missed it somehow.
I mean, I don't know, it's the tone of voice she had. And what else? Okay, so this is the other disturbing thing. Remember, before they left, the judge had to address this request from juror number 54. Remember, she wanted to know if they could take the jury notes home? I mean, the jury instructions?
Right.
Jack Posobiec last night was informed by a lawyer that is probably illegal in Wisconsin. Because, here's the reason they cite. So he wrote to Posobiec, I think the judge just allowed juror 54 to violate Wisconsin law. And Posobiec writes back explain that in simple English. He says, jurors aren't supposed to do legal work on the case away from the jury room. It's being set up for either a mistrial, reversal on appeal, or juror 54 being kicked off the jury when she tries to Karen-splain the law to the rest of the jury. Because remember the example I think the judge even cited was she wanted to consult a dictionary?
Actually, Richards is the one who brought that concern up, because they call it the dictionary game, where the jurors start trying to research themselves instead of letting people basically, unless and rather than just following what the judge would say. If you have a question about the instructions, you're supposed to ask the judge, not Wikipedia, and that would be the concern that they would have, and I feel that that's a valid concern.
Let me read this super chat. J Rager _150 V Radio. Have you checked your fan Facebook page? I posted a vid about the drone vid.
Yeah, there's and I responded, G Rager, go, or J Rager, see if you can find, because the only thing I could find there was like a Facebook video, and that's kind of awkward to just pull up. So I would, if you have a YouTube version of that, let me know.
Well, actually, I have the video to answer the question. So obviously, yes, he did, because that's where I got it from.
Right. Oh, well, there you go.
And I actually did put it in a tab, I believe. Yes, I did. So here it is. And we will definitely play. That was going to be the next thing I was going to play.
Sure.
Examining the video issue. But so to continue on with this, this is the Willa library. And the key thing that he highlights here, it might be hard for you to read, but I'll read it. Do not consult dictionaries, computers, electronic applications, social media, the internet, or other reference materials for additional information. This is part of the standard Wisconsin jury instruction. Right. They're not allowed to consult anything outside the courtroom, any kind of databases. Because think about it, juror number 1 could go and consult one, and then juror number 2 could go and consult a different source that has something different. They're not supposed to deliberate using stuff that's outside the courtroom.
Right, exactly.
Outside of evidence.
Not only because it could be inaccurate, but because their understanding of it will come from...
And essentially, if they let her do that, she would essentially become a lawyer in the case.
Right, and that's almost that's one of the reasons why people are like, what the hell's with this juror? Because it's the same juror writing notes. I guess she's supposed to be the foreman or whatever of the jury, but still, it feels like, like she's the prosecutor in the jury room.
The foreman does not get privilege above the other jurors in the jury room. They're just the conduit through which they talk to the judge, and they basically organize the conversation, like taking the votes and all that of the jurors. I mean, they don't get power over the other jury. Oh, super chat from Roger Stone. Can we hear that catty interaction between the judge and whom we believe to be juror 54? I could tell a lot more about someone's voice and intonation than their handwriting. I mean, if someone in the chat wants to dig through the hours of video and find that exact index, maybe. I mean, that would be tough to do in stream. So let's address that.
Sure.
Well, actually, no. Since we're talking about the jurors, he did appear, the self-defense law guy, Branca, with Dana Lash last night. Andrew Branca, and he's raising concerns about the jurors, about how they seem to be. He fears that they're concerned about their social status more than justice in the small town of Kenosha.
Joining us right now, my friend
impact, that's for sure.
Andrew Branca. He's the law of self-defense.
It's easy to judge them from the outside, but I know. I mean, we both know what we would do, but it's a little different when you think that there's going to be implications, like literally when you're at the grocery store or whatever.
Actually, can you? You won't be able to hear it if I play it.
No, that's fine. Go ahead.
Although if you have my stream, you'll just have a delayed version of it.
I'll just do that.
Because it might be pretty long. I don't know if we'll play it all, but let's see his main concerns.
Sure.
On Twitter, you guys know him, self-defense attorney, author of The Law of Self-Defense, and I love how his pronouns are U.S. Constitution. I just saw that on his Twitter profile the other day, which is hysterical. 2A expert, self-defense expert. This is his wheelhouse, and he joins us now via Skype. Andrew, always so good to see you. I've got to get your reaction before we go any further on this situation with the jury. Because a lot of people were, like myself, were questioning, why is it that the jury is not sequestered, at least at the very least? And I understand that it's a hardship, etc. But for such a high-profile case, at least right before deliberations, because now we're hearing a second story. At first, there was somebody who was videotaping jurors getting on the bus leaving. Now, apparently, somebody followed a juror home. Someone else misrepresented theirself, apparently, as a member of the media. I don't know if that's the same person. And now, apparently, MSNBC is in trouble for something they've done regarding the jury. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, I think this court and, frankly, the parties, particularly the defense, completely underestimated the tsunami of media coverage and the effect it would have on these proceedings. I mean, folks like us who cover these kinds of high-profile trials all the time, we're familiar with what this dynamic is like. But if you're just a local Kenosha attorney and a local Kenosha County...
What he's referring to here is the incident yesterday with the MSNBC. They're calling him a freelancer now.
Right.
I think they're just trying to distance themselves from him. But I think that what she talked about was someone misrepresented themselves as part of the media. It's the same guy.
Right.
The confusion, I guess, stems from the fact that he's a freelancer, not a permanent employee.
Right.
So I just wanted to clear that up. I'll start playing it again. Here we go.
Judge, I remember the judge speaking early on. He said, "Oh, I'm not worried about it. I've covered, I've had high-profile cases before." And I'm thinking, I don't think you've had one like this. And sure enough, you can tell by his tone and talking about the media, he's almost in shock at the intensity and degree of coverage that this case is getting.
Wow. Apparently, now I'm seeing that it was a member of MSNBC, and it's being reported that they've been banned from the trial in the court building altogether. Because
not just them, NBC entirely.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
NBC
okay. Let me stop that right there. I didn't realize. I thought the judge just said MSNBC. So NBC News, the entire network news organization, is banned from the courtroom.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
We have a super chat from Roger Stone again. Dana Lash, smash or pass? Oh, don't lie to yourself. Come on. No one's asking. If you say pass, you're lying. All right, so that's news to me. NBC News. You know how huge that is? That's one of the 3 main networks of broadcast TV. They can't even go in the building.
Right. Yeah, that's huge. It's a big egg in their face, but to be honest, MSNBC has been one of the most reprehensible in their coverage of the Kyle Rittenhouse incident, so good. Yeah, they should have been banned from the courtroom for posting that picture of Gage Grosskreutz with his hands up and then implying that Kyle shot him after he surrendered.
Let's see. So let's listen more. Already we've learned from Andrew Bronco.
Entirely is banned. That's not journalism. That's activism. That's trying to intimidate a juror.
We can never know for sure, right? But the dynamic is not one of fostering a fair and impartial process in these proceedings at all by any of the media. I mean, we know that they've completely poisoned the Kenosha jury pool with 14 months of propaganda of Kyle Rittenhouse as some kind of white supremacist who shot a bunch of black people at a Black Lives Matter protest.
Right.
A complete fabrications of fact, but
right.
They don't, most of the media, they don't hesitate to do this kind of, that's their purpose.
It's this, I've never seen anything like this, and I'm just shocked at how really, I mean, at least they have 500 National Guardsmen on the outskirts of the town. I wanted to ask you, too, about some of the technical legal aspects and developments of this. So Monday, mistrial with prejudice motion was filed by defense because of and I think we can all pretty much agree that what they got and the video the prosecution had, 11 megabytes versus 4 megabytes, super pixelated and grainy as opposed to crystal clear, two totally different things.
They've just gone into the video stuff. We'll go into that the video that your regular shared after this, because you've come up with some new information that I find interesting, or at least that really bears addressing. All right. Continuing.
But yesterday, they also filed for, I think it was later in the afternoon, and you've been covering this extensively, and I hope people look at your Twitter feed, but motion for mistrial without prejudice. And that made me a little nervous because, correct me if I'm wrong, that means that essentially if it's a mistrial without prejudice, they can do this again. Is that defense getting nervous and anticipating some kind of guilty plea?
I think so, and frankly, they're in a little bit of a unique situation. So this is their third motion for a mistrial. The first two were with prejudice, and they didn't get them. I mean, it hasn't been decided yet, but they didn't receive a mistrial with prejudice. So they may be thinking, man, we're a little worried that it's taking longer than we had hoped to get a verdict out of this jury. That must mean there's a holdout or two who may be influencing the others to some kind of compromise verdict. We don't want any convictions. I mean, the lightest sentence he would be looking at for the least degree of offense here, and the lesser included, is still 10 years plus 5 for having used the gun. So it's still a long prison sentence. And they're unusually situated in that they have a lot of resources. They have a lot of money that they raise. So a normal defendant spends all their money in the first trial. If they have a retrial, they're done. They don't have any resources for the new fight. But they actually have the option here where they could say, you know what, let's do a complete reset. Maybe get a different legal team, maybe do a better job with image analysis, maybe do a better job on closing, a better job on jury selection. and take a second bite at the apple where they're not getting ambushed by this drone video evidence in the middle of the trial.
Yeah, and that was absolutely an ambush. That was shocking to see. Is that unusual? And this is my non-lawyerly, trained opinion and thoughts on this, and I'm looking at this, and from what I understand, the judge was not going to rule on the motion until the jury came back from deliberations, and then they gave the case to the jury before, as I understand it, the motions were dispensed with. That seems kind of backwards to me.
This whole trial has been something of a poop fest, frankly. For example, you would think, based on all the conversations we're having now about precisely what manner the jurors should use to view video evidence, you would think that they were not aware that video evidence was going to be key in this trial.
That's an interesting observation. Okay, both sides have known that they have had access to hours of video. Why didn't they resolve how the video evidence will be reviewed by the jury before the trial?
Yeah. Well, that's one of the things that's been frustrating for those of us who've basically been like 9/11 truther level obsessed with analyzing the situation, is that, like, I mean, they could watch the Orcanut video, which is like a perfect timeline, minus the stuff that got revealed during the trial, and no more than they already do. Like, that's the part that's just silly to me. Like, one of the benefits of when Lynn Wood was involved, if I sent something to Lynn Wood's office, he looked at it immediately and would get back to me. With these guys, I did talk to Shirasi like briefly, but I think I got lucky, honestly, because it seemed like he was just there at the office by himself, because I called him a little later than what they would have been open.
If he answered the phone himself, that's the case, because I used to have to call people like that, and I would actually deliberately wait late, because I knew people that tend to be high net worth people or successful, they actually work later than the stereotype is the rich guy goes home. No, right. Actually, it's the other way.
He was totally open to it. I just, like, the thing is, like, there's basically a small army of people who've been investigating this for a full year. Lynn Wood recognized the value of that. Now, mind you, Lynn Wood's a defamation lawyer, and he's kind of
it's invaluable. It's a force multiplier.
Right, but it would be fantastic if they reached out, because he recognized the value of my video immediately, and then I introduced him to other people, but then I just lost contact when they changed lawyers. And I get it, there's plenty of crazy people on the internet, but you would think that, especially since I'm not even asking for any money, nor was anybody else, that they would jump on that, because it's frustrating also is like the video analysis, like that video that I put up that got suppressed. Like, I just got like, literally YouTube even deleted the comment that the guy was mentioning that the video was suppressed in, but just video analysis of comparing the ground video to the drone footage, and it makes it extremely clear what's going on, but they didn't have access to that either. It's like they've been sitting on all this stuff for so long. They're making the big bucks on this, and somehow YouTube and investigators know more than they do. It's kind of frustrating.
Yeah, I just assumed that they were on top of all this. It seems like not the case.
No, no, and that's why when I looked at Binger bringing up that picture, claiming and lying that Rosenbaum wasn't even present at the time that Balch says he was threatened, I knew exactly where to go and what to do. And because I had been over this way too damn long, I literally was even able just to blindly click on my own video, which is an hour long, and find the exact moment that I needed just out of habit. And I was like, one of two things is either true. Either he's utterly incompetent and didn't review all the video, or he intentionally omitted it and lied. Like, just lies and says that Rosenbaum's not even there. Like, one of those two things happened, and neither of them is excusable.
Well, for those of you in the chat asking, yes, we'll go into the Handbrake software issue when we talk about the video upcoming. All right, let me continue this.
Virtually all the evidence in the trial is video evidence, and they never thought through the procedures for how the jury would access that video during the deliberations, but they didn't until the jury went into deliberation. So it's bewildering to me how these obvious kind of procedural components that anybody would see coming were not addressed beforehand. I think the judge is personally inclined, I think he's hoping for an acquittal. And if he gets an acquittal, then he doesn't have to deal with these motions for a mistrial. It's all moot. Of course, if there's a conviction, he's also the kind of judge that I don't think has the intestinal fortitude to follow through with a mistrial after a guilty verdict is delivered.
That's exactly where I was going with this, because it seems sort of like there are different parties to this that are kind of passing the buck back and forth to each other. The state,
There's
the
a lot
judge.
of passivity, a lot of passive conduct. The judge is very passive. He doesn't want to make decisions. He's hoping.
I'm not a fan of this
Like
judge.
a lot of people, you're facing a difficult decision. A lot of people just want to wait and see if things change, right? Without them having to make a decision. That's the vibe I get from him. And frankly, the defense is unbelievably passive here. I'm extremely disappointed. You can tell how this judge responds to argument. The state talks and talks and talks and talks and talks until they finally get their way. And the defense says, well, Your Honor, we'd like to do it this way. That's all we have to say. And it goes against them. If I were on that defense table, I would be talking and talking and talking until the judge told me to shut up, because that appears to work with this judge.
Talk until the judge shuts up.
Right.
I gotta say, yeah, the Judge Schroeder, nice guy. Would love to have a beer with the guy. Very affable, maybe too affable.
Yeah, and I do think that's something else that I kind of analyzed, is because his energy has changed since the beginning of this. And like when he went on that rant about how they're crapping on him on social media and stuff, I'm starting to think that it has an impact on him.
Well, that's the thing. I'll just say this: there are plenty of people who I would think are pleasant company, but I wouldn't want to put in a position to make a life and death decision.
Right.
And
right.
It doesn't make. He's right. If he's afraid to make the decision before there's a jury verdict, it's going to be a hell of a lot harder to make that decision in the face of a guilty verdict from this jury. That's going to take a lot of balls. If he thought it was going to get flack from the media on his ringtone on his phone, imagine that.
Right. That was so ridiculous.
Let's see. I'm just interested to hear where he got the information about the jurors worried about their social status. Seems that maybe they're holding that for the end. All right, let's continue.
Yeah, and that is something that's actually a really important point that you made, because it just seemed that I see and I've been hearing more from prosecution. No, there's not that there's a clock, but running down the clock so much more than I've seen defense. And I just thought defense would be so much more aggressive, considering the mounds of video evidence that exist right there. That's huge. The conversation that we're talking with our good friend Andrew Branca, his self-defense attorney, Second Amendment expert. He's been following this extensively, this case. The discussion back and forth between all of these different elements that were accepted as evidence, all of the digital elements, everything apparently went through Dropbox, except for the video in question upon which it seems the prosecution predicated their entire case. That was initially sent as a text. Do I understand that correctly?
They give such convoluted answers now to these questions. The prosecution does, and of course they're not under oath, right? So,
for the love.
Assistant DA Krause is asked, well, how could this have happened? And he says, well, I don't really know how this technology stuff works. And then he has a laundry list of 12 reasons why it went sideways, none of which are his fault, of course.
All right, I want to address that point. So that touches on the video again. I think Krause lied in court, because just the fact that he has Handbrake on his desktop, he clearly knows more about video than he's letting on.
Right, for sure.
We're gonna have to explore that.
That whole conversation just reeked of people lying.
I mean, I'm not saying you have to be an expert to use Handbrake, but that's beyond. I mean, you're not a boomer level casual if you're working with that.
It's all somebody else's fault. Even his Assistant DA Binger, it's his fault. It's the defense fault. It's Dropbox fault. You know what? I don't care whose fault it is. The state has an absolute obligation, and the defendant has an absolute constitutional right to see the evidence that's going to be used against him in court, not some degraded version of the evidence, the actual evidence. And as far as I'm concerned, it's a strict liability responsibility. If the state fails that, they're done.
Yeah. I've been watching this trial more than I think any other trial that I've ever watched, except, there are times when I have to kind of go back and look at clips because I've been on air when it happens, or I look at your feed, Law of Self-Defense, and I follow, because you have like up to the second. I don't even know how you get stuff out that quickly, because there are times when you have like multiple updates in like 1 second. But I'm actually not able to kind of predict where I think this is going to go. And it just seemed like such an open and shut case. What is the hurdle here, in your opinion? If you had to position yourself, in that courtroom, and put yourself in the mind of the jury, what on possible earth could they have? What reason on earth?
Well, there's a couple people on the jury who've been wearing masks the entire time, a couple of mask Karens, and we know what they're like. They value
Karens.
nothing more than their status within their social group.
Who was that
sometimes
masked
those
Karen?
people are willing to urge for some
lone
kind of
juror
compromise
ranger.
guilt, even though there's no legal merit to it, because they want to preserve that status more than anything. We see it with all these people where they're in charge of the NFL. They degrade the value of the NFL. They're losing money for their shareholders, but in their social group, they maintain or increase their status. So it seems like counter-profit
political tribalism.
actions, but it's not. They value the status more than the money.
That's insane.
And the concern here is that a couple of jurors or holdouts that may value their status more than they value justice.
Okay, so he's just speculating. I thought maybe he had a little bit more basis for that. But the thing that I guess they're referencing is addressed in this video here. And this was who was it that brought this to your attention?
Which one? I'm sorry. Part of the problem with me following your stream is that it gets choppy. So
the video
this one.
posted to fans of V Radio.
Yeah, Jasper Rager. That's the same guy that super chatted us earlier.
All right. Might be tough.
It should play. It looks like it is.
A lot of time talking about yesterday was this drone video, which
Problem is, I can play it, but it's gonna play so small that no one will be able to see it. So the best we can do is get the audio.
Accidentally compressed, but it's not my fault. I'm not.
It just won't let me enlarge it.
Right. That's why I asked in the chat if he could send us a YouTube version so you can just look at it.
But I mean, the audio should be enough. It's pretty clear what he says.
My fault. I'm not a technical wizard. I have no idea how any of this stuff works. If I did, wouldn't be a prosecutor. But I have multiple different pieces of software on my computer that are for converting and compressing videos. Here is a clip from that segment. PBS NewsHour shows us that they were trying to play an exhibit. This is a screen. This is actually a video. And you can see right on their desktop that they had a number of different folders. You see desktop, trial exhibits, and it looks like they have it in closing. So right on their desktop, you can see on this Windows PC, they're in a subfolder called closing. Exhibit 1, 73, 62, 84, blah, blah, blah. And so we're going to see that Krause or whoever is running this computer is now going to click back into the desktop, and it's going to take us to the actual desktop. We're going to see what is on there, right? And a desktop shows you stuff right on your desktop. You get to see it. For example, this water bottle is on my desktop. I can see it. On my computer, I can see OBS. I can see Zoom right here. Both of those need to be deleted. My desktop's a little bit cluttered right now. But you get the drift of this thing. You see it, you know it's there. You probably know what it does. Here is James Krause, who is going to be clicking over to the desktop now. Let's see what he sees. He clicks the exhibit down, desktop, there. Clicks that, boom, what's there?
He did
Handbrake
see what
and Format Factory. He has trial exhibits.
All right, let me stop it there. He has Handbrake on his desktop. Now, I'm not saying he used Handbrake for the video. My only point of the fact that he has Handbrake on there, it just leads me to believe that he knows more about video than he was pretending to. When the judge, remember when they sat the judge in front of the TV, and the defense was pointing out, well, we don't have this, this video quality, and he even said it was caught. He said it in the court. Oh, well, our version is clearer. right? So he already there is acknowledging that he knows. Remember that his excuse was that the email compressed the video and that he had no
Right.
knowledge of how it happened. Well, how is that possible? He in the court gave the excuse. Well, our version is clearer. And then when
Yeah.
asked to explain the discrepancy, he just said, "Well, it's just playing funny."
Right. Yeah, I remember that exact conversation too, because they were complaining because they didn't feel that they were showing the jury good enough quality to get the Bigfoot effect that they were looking for about, oh, I see it. It's silly.
I think he says I have a YouTube version up above. What?
Anton Slavic. Let me take a look on where he posted it. Monitoring the chat.
So between that statement about he clearly knew that there were different resolution versions of the video, and the fact that he has Handbrake on his desktop,
Right.
I
mean, even I don't even know how to use all the functions of Handbrake. I just use it for making certain videos louder, because sometimes you can't get the volume.
I used to use Handbrake to encode videos for uploading to YouTube, just to, try to compress them as much as I could, because long videos, if you don't have a great connection, take forever to upload.
Right.
So let me see if I can continue this here.
You can see his entire file structure, folks. Right next to his exhibits folder on the desktop are the file compression softwares. Oh, somebody named Mark Polito, who I think's in law school, Mark, shout out to Mark, sent this over on Twitter, says, Twitterverse helped to solve the mystery drone footage. I made this for you all. Tucker Carlson showed.
All right, so here we're gonna discuss the more practical matters now. This is something I should have noticed myself. But remember how we discussed the resolution of the video? I think it was 1920 by 844.
Right.
And they're going to go into it here, the part that I really found interesting on this video. Because it didn't occur to me, what camera that you would find on a commercial drone would have such an odd resolution and aspect ratio? And this appears to me to answer that question.
First, and crop the top 236 pixels to remove the copyright. Hopefully it helps. Praying for Kyle, the judge, the jury, and everyday justice. God bless. And so he sent this image over, and I want to take a quick look at it because it is pretty interesting. It kind of shows you some of what the arguments were yesterday. And yesterday we spent some time talking about the various different formats of videos and sort of HD and wide frame and all of that. And so Mark Polito did a nice job with this and put this together. It says, on Tucker Carlson, you see here John Pierce, this dork of a lawyer, who really botched the case badly at the beginning. On August 31st, went on to Tucker Carlson's show, and he played this video. And you'll notice that it's a full sort of HD video. It's 1920 by 1080, and what you'll see is that we have this
all right,
this little
right there already, the original source video that was played just days after the incident on the Tucker Carlson show on Fox News was a full 1920 by 1080 video, which makes sense.
Right.
Because that's, your typical cameras. If you have a high def camera, it's going to come in 1920 by 1080.
Right.
So now we know the original source was not this 1920 by 844, and then the obvious explanation they're going to make about the he calls it the copyright. I'm not sure it's a copyright. I think it's just whenever a news channel plays a video, they tend to attribute it to the person that took the video.
Right.
A copyright markup here that says Brandon Raymond unaired Kenosha with Tuesday. And so that's presumably that same footage that Krause was screaming about yesterday. He was saying, Tucker Carlson had this footage and we tried to download it and it was bad, and then somebody airdropped it to me, and I'm not a technical wizard, so I don't know what the hell happened, but that's what his argument was. So Mr. Polito now shows us that if you go back and you actually take this image out of the Tucker Carlson frame here, if we just sort of clip this out, we crop that puppy out right there, and we make it its own image, you'll see that it is actually 1920 by 1080, right? It actually is a full HD video format. And so what you now have is on this top right image, you have the prosecution, their unedited footage, which is now 1920 by 844. When you add this copyright section over here that comes from the Tucker Carlson video, and you sort of add that to the top frame, it adds an addition. It adds 236 pixels to the cropped footage and makes it the full video. So somebody basically got the video and then cropped it. Cropping the top by 236 pixels removes the copyright, and the hocus pocus now matches the prosecution's video. So essentially showing that there was absolutely editing and cropping and manipulation of the evidence that went on. Well done there. So we have that now, and the judge then.
All right, so let's put that as best we can back on the screen. The removed portion exactly matches that kind of attribution box that Fox put on the video to show where they got it from. Now, this calls into question the chain of custody of this video at all. Remember, they said how they got it. Someone unidentified came to the office on a Friday night and dropped it off. How can we be sure that the person that gave them that video is the one that took the video?
Right.
How do we know this guy didn't just grab it off of Fox News and just, snip off that portion and just hand it to them? How is the jury looking at this?
They discussed it in the courtroom that supposedly that lawyer there, I forget the guy's name because he's no longer on the case, but that he had it and sold it to Fox News. That discussion was had in the courtroom, I want to say yesterday.
And the obvious question is, I think the judge asked, well, why didn't you just subpoena Fox News?
Right, yeah, that is what he asked. And the problem is like, it's really screwed up that we're having all these arguments about it after evidence is closed. Like at this point, what the hell are they going to do? Short of a mistrial, which is what Shivrasi asked for, and he was actually very earnest about it the last time he talked to the judge. I think the judge is still hoping that maybe the jury will give the verdict that makes the most sense and then leaving it at that. But I don't know. The more I look at it, I think if there was any bias, it would be from the fact that when you review all of this information, you already kind of get the impression that Kyle is innocent. So, that can create it. And I've told people before, because they'll say that I'm biased. I'm like, you know what, maybe biased? I actually bothered to, investigate and learn what the hell I was talking about. I didn't just go along with, okay, let me go tune into MSNBC and find out what my assigned viewpoint on this will be, or Fox for that matter,
Well, I mean, the other thing we got to keep in mind, too, is if someone's handing the prosecution a cropped video, on top of which they then take that cropped video themselves, and then they present a video that's different that's compressed into a lower resolution, that is then further cropped, because then they crop the edges off. Remember the thing with the bicycle? That's fully visible in the original, and in the version that the feds got, you barely see the portion of the back wheel. So it was further cropped, edited for time because they didn't have the full length of the video, and you could clearly see in the metadata that this lower resolution and different aspect ratio version was created at a later date than the original that they supposedly got that Friday. This is bullshit.
That's right.
So they don't get access to the original source that at least the prosecution is claiming they got until after the evidence is closed. How could this trial go forward? How could the jury be looking at this?
It doesn't make any sense at all. And to look at it differently, than was presented. That's what's so messed up about it. So, Anton Slavik, thank you for your contribution, even though I couldn't find your YouTube link.
You weren't able to track down his link?
No. I asked him to share it again.
It's a
and I
shame
never
because,
saw it.
yeah, for
Would
whatever
have been
reason,
much better to look at that on YouTube.
unless you're like signed into Facebook, you can't really enlarge a video apparently. Sneaky Zuckerberg.
Sucks.
All right, so here's another thing that I don't know if you followed, but Darth Crypto apparently found Gage Grosskreuz's Reddit account. Have you seen this stuff?
No.
Oh my god. So, almost immediately upon the discovery of the Reddit account, guess what started happening within minutes of it coming public on Twitter? Delete, delete, delete. Someone wrote, someone said, you should definitely archive all that. Law of self-defense. Is that, yeah, that's Andrew Branca's, his Twitter account.
Right.
So he says, you should definitely archive all of that. I'm sure opposing counsel will find it very helpful. So Darth Crypto quote tweets it, says, good point. Volunteers, fill below with links to Wayback after archiving all of the Reddit threads with his posts. Link to Gage Grosskreutz Reddit in my thread linked. So look what this guy says. From Joe is not ready for winter. He started removing his comments about 10 minutes ago. And there, I guess this is on Destiny's Reddit, because it says r/Destiny. And comment deleted by user, 10 minutes. Comment deleted by user at 9 minutes. So
they're saying Gage is just going back into his Reddit and going, oh shit.
As soon as it came out on Darth Crypto's thing, Gage started deleting his Reddit posts.
It's weird about Gage is that he is engaged with us like all the time. Like he comments on my videos, he argues with some of my viewers. He's like, you'd think somebody in his position would just stay off of social media because it isn't helping him.
He has made they did find some problematic statements on there. Here he says his Reddit was apparently find_your_line. And almost a year ago, it says here 296 days, he wrote, just seems odd that after point your weapon at someone who is surrendering, you notice a malfunction, clear it, and then shoot the person surrendering. Last time I checked, apart from the visual cue of a malfunction, the only other way to know is by pulling the trigger. Like I said, draw your own conclusion until evidence is presented at trial.
The thing is the video, like especially the clarified video from Dr. Black, shows no such action.
Well, that's what the next person replied. It says, right. Apologies, but I don't think I'm following your point. In the linked video, I see Rittenhouse shoot skateboard guy. Orange backpack guy, I believe that's Grosskreutz, right?
Yeah.
Has his hands up, and it's slightly backing away. Rittenhouse lowers his firearm, and orange backpack guy rushes forward and draws his pistol. Rittenhouse then, and I guess presumably fires. There's no, pulling of the charging handle on his AR. The most Kyle did was he just kind of twisted his gun and looked at something on it.
Right, and that's why I actually had WYSIWYG TV, because he has an AR-15, demonstrate to me what re-racking an AR-15 looks like, and it would be a very obvious, like you would be able to see it in the video if he did it. The thing is that even if he didn't, or even if he had, so I'm in the middle of a mob, I'm not pointing my gun at you, but I'm preparing it again, just in case one of you idiots tries to attack me. If I were him, I'd be trying to make sure my gun was ready to go too, but that doesn't mean I'm trying to shoot you. That means I'm ready if you, idiotically try to point that gun at me. There's no way to, I don't know. There's so many aspects of this that just don't meet up to any kind of logic.
Well, he wrote that on r/liberal gun owners. So imagine the people on there are liberals, and even they were kind of like having trouble with his characterization at the time. They're like, well, we didn't see him do that.
As Lucifer the Doberman just pointed out in the chat, and as Derek Jensen, when he was on my show, pointed out, fake surrender is a war crime. Like, if you pulled that in a battle, you're dead.
Well, here's another post he made almost 300 days ago, where this could have been this. I'm sure this would have been admissible in court if they had this when Grosskreutz was on the stand.
Right.
Kyle Rittenhouse ran down the street. I'm taking the highlighted portion here. Ran down the street to another business, fucked around, and found out. That sounds a lot different than Gage talking about characterizing himself concerned.
Mm-hmm.
He fucked around and found out has a certain connotation to me.
Yeah.
Costing 2 people their lives, costing me a portion of my arm, and very well may have cost Kyle his freedom. And for what? To cosplay with your rifle and quote medkit? That to me would have been something I on cross-examination if I were who cross-examined him? Swarovski?
Yes, and he absolutely eviscerated him.
And this definitely would have came up. Super chat from JRager_150. Neo, go to Robert Gerler YouTube page. That is where I got the video I sent V. Sorry, working and kind of just listening. Okay, Robert Gerler.
I figured this guy would have a channel.
Okay, the problem is that the video that he probably got it from is one of these 2-hour live streams.
Oh, yeah, that's a
3-hour
problem.
live streams.
Right.
Well, I'm guessing it would have been the one from yesterday, right? 14 hours ago.
Yeah.
It's not prohibitively long. We'd probably be able to skip around.
It would be helpful if somebody had time-stamped it.
Which means we've got to wait for somebody told you to go.
Actually, I gotta wait. I can preview what he's looking at if I just keep going down the timeline. Here we go. We got it. It's around
Excellent.
an hour and 13 minutes in, and he gets to the video kind of stuff. All right, guys. So I'll be able to play this full screen for you now. It's probably better for you to see it this way.
Came in together, and it looks like maybe I can't tell on the handwriting here, but it says Event 1, please prepare Mr. Rosenbaum shooting. Also, they want multiple videos. They want the FBI aerial with all the persons of interest marked. We saw that. And so there were actually 2 versions of that. They had the government's case and they had the defense attorney's case. They both had their POIs marked on there. Also, they want the drone video, the magical drone footage that was ultra compressed accidentally by Krause. They're going to want to take a look at that. The judge let that in. Zoomed in image of the still after Mr. Rittenhouse put down the fire extinguisher. Okay, so that little maneuver from Prosecutor Binger where he's walking around pointing firearms at jurors, dropped down his water bottle, and they wanted to see that, right? That probably left a mark. Full event video in regular and slow motion. We will request when ready, whatever that means. So that was yet another question. And the big one that we spent a lot of time talking about yesterday was this drone video, which was, accidentally compressed, but it's not my fault. I'm not a technical wizard. I have no idea how any of this stuff works. If I did, wouldn't be a prosecutor, but I have multiple different pieces of software on my computer that are for converting and compressing videos. Here is a clip from that segment. PBS NewsHour shows us that they were trying to play an exhibit. This is a screen, this is actually a video, And you can see right on their desktop that they had a number of different folders. You see desktop, trial exhibits, and it looks like they have it in closing. So right on their desktop, you can see on this Windows PC, they're in a subfolder called closing. Exhibit 1, 73, 62, 84, blah, blah, blah. And so we're going to see that Kraus, or whoever is running this computer, is now going to click back into the desktop, and it's going to take us to the actual desktop. We're going to see what is on there, right? And a desktop shows you stuff right on your desktop. You get to see it. For example, this water bottle is on my desktop. I can see it. On my computer, I can see OBS. I can see Zoom right here. Both of those need to be deleted. My desktop's a little bit cluttered right now. But you get the drift of this thing. You see it, you know it's there. You probably know what it does. Here is James Kraus, who is going to be clicking over to the desktop now. Let's see what he sees. He clicks the exhibit down, desktop, clicks that, boom, what's there?
All right, so I've paused the video on, this is Kraus's desktop. It's not, you could see it, you could barely make it out if you have a screen that's large enough and has good enough resolution. Handbrake.
Right.
So his desktop doesn't have that many apps. He's just got Zoom, Messenger Lite, Handbrake. I mean, there's not a lot there.
Yeah. Yeah.
So this is clearly something he's using, because why else have
if you're not going to do anything, you know, like, and you're, you know, because like if this is a laptop you're using for this case, you're being a minimalist, you're only putting on it what you want, why would this be one of the things that's on there if you didn't intend to use it?
Yeah, Messenger Lite is like, I think the Lite, I mean, the, if you have Microsoft, you know, your Facebook Messenger, just the app that has the Messenger part without having to be, I think that's what it is, logged into Facebook.
Right.
What's this? I can't make out what this says. Something Android Backup Manager. So I guess that's his phone backup. Wait a minute. He said he had an iPhone. Why does he have Android Backup Manager? Because he said Wisco was the one that had an Android phone. I don't know what Format Factory is. This is, oh, so look at it. This is the state evidentiary laptop. So that's even more suspicious. All right, let me continue play.
There.
He did see what
Handbrake
happened.
and
What's your
Format
timestamp,
Factory.
by the way?
He has trial.
Right now I'm at 1 hour and 12 minutes exactly.
Got it.
All right, so I'm going to continue to play it because the part that I wanted people to see at full screen was the video cropping. So I'm going to play it now.
File exhibits. You can see his entire file structure, folks. Right next to his exhibits folder on the desktop are the file compression softwares. Oh, somebody named Mark Polito, who I think's in law school, Mark, shout out to Mark, sent this over on Twitter, says, Twitterverse helped to solve the mystery drone footage. I made this for you all. Tucker Carlson show from August 31st and cropped the top 236 pixels to remove the copyright. Hopefully it helps. Praying for Kyle, the judge, the jury, and everyday justice. God bless. And so he sent this image over, and I want to take a quick look at it because it is pretty interesting. It kind of shows you some of what the arguments were yesterday. And yesterday we spent some time talking about the various different formats of videos in sort of HD and wide frame and all of that. And so Mark Polito did a nice job with this and put this together. It says, on Tucker Carlson, you see here John Pierce, this dork of a lawyer, who really botched the case badly at the beginning.
You know, it's I love it when these lawyers snipe at each other. So he really doesn't have a high opinion of John Pierce.
No, he doesn't.
So you can see the different versions of the video here. And follow along as he circles as he's talking. When the parts of the video that get removed and how it matches the final resolution. So let me play that now.
August 31st went on to Tucker Carlson's show, and he played this video. And you'll notice that it's a full sort of HD video. It's 1920 by 1080, and what you'll see is that we have this this little copyright mark up here that says Brandon Raymond unaired Kenosha with Tuesday. And so that's presumably that same footage that Krause was screaming about yesterday. He's saying, you know, Tucker Carlson had this footage and we tried to download it and it was bad, and then somebody airdropped it to me, and I'm not a technical wizard, so I don't know what the hell happened, but that's what his argument was. So Mr. Polito now shows us that if you go back and you actually take this image out of the Tucker Carlson frame here, if we just sort of clip this out, we crop that puppy out right there, and we make it its own image, you'll see that it is actually 1920 by 1080. Right? It actually is a full HD video format. And so what you now have is on this top right image, you have the prosecution there.
I love how this video is named Hocus Pocus.
Well, it's Hocus Pocus out of focus. But yeah, we want to make t-shirts of that.
Unedited footage, which is now 1920 by 844. When you add this copyright section over here that comes from the Tucker Carlson video, and you sort of add that to the top frame, it adds an addition. It adds 236 pixels to the cropped footage and makes it the full video. So somebody basically got the video and then cropped it. Cropping the top by 236 pixels removes the copyright, and the Hocus Pocus now matches the prosecution's video. So essentially showing that there was absolutely editing and
I understand that
manipulation of the evidence that went on.
I understand that Judge Schroeder is, you know, he's not exactly a video expert.
Right.
But I would think just showing him that presentation alone would make it easy to understand that somebody's pulling a fast one.
Right.
I don't know. Is the defense just, are they not allowed to show him this stuff? I don't understand.
I don't know either. It doesn't make any sense.
Well done there. So we have that now, and the judge then excuses the jurors for the day. No deliberation. Jurors want to see a lot of this evidence, a lot of the drone evidence. No further rulings on this. No
I'm going to send you a Twitter link right now that shows just still image comparisons.
No questions
of the video.
About any potential days of reckoning coming for the prosecutors, but the judge says, thank you, jurors. I'll see you back here tomorrow at 9 a.m. Here is how he closes the day out.
Dropping it in your Twitter.
All right.
The records clerk sent you.
Ah, good old Jack Posobiec.
Right.
All right, so I'll just copy this over. And this is a comparison of the video that was provided to the defense and the prosecution's copy, and you guys are going to see how obvious this is. Yeah, we kind of showed this in the previous stream. This is what I was talking about, the bicycle.
Right.
Guy on the bike here in the prosecution's copy, he's not even near the edge of the screen. But in the version they gave to the defense, the guy on the bike is off the screen, and you only see like maybe a piece of his back tire.
Right.
Shit's cropped. What?
Yeah.
I mean, and obviously on the other side, it's the same thing, because here's the traffic light, the green light on the prosecution copy, and if you just follow a direct line straight up, it would appear here on here, but you could see it's been shifted over here because obviously it was cropped on this side too.
Right. Yep.
On the prosecution copy, you can see the end of this. I guess this is a street lighter, maybe. Obviously, that's not visible on the prosecution on the defense copy. The 480 by 212, which is ridiculous. How they thought that this was going to be evidence. 480 by 212? Are they serious?
Right. And you can just tell the difference between, like, with the little zoomed in piece, Kyle looks like Bigfoot on the one on top, and then, actually looks like a person on the one on the bottom. So how would they? And then, like, we're just gonna spring the changing quality, like, in the literally the last seconds of the trial. Like, that's
after
there's
it
just no way.
after the evidence closed.
Right. And that's why, the other thing I would want to know would be, like, is there a version that more clearly shows what's going on over by the Duramax, like, in the seconds before this? That's what I would like to see, is to see some independent video editors just go back to the super high quality that people are managing to find leaked and look for that exact moment and see if they can get a better version.
Super chat from Roger Stone. The thing that bugs me most is that we have seen these videos in the trial ad nauseum. There is nothing left to see in the vein of further understanding.
Yeah, I think that it's just about trying to keep it fresh in the minds of the people you're talking to. It's the reason, for example, why who goes last in a debate, even just among politicians, is an issue, because it's what's most fresh in your mind as you head into the jury. That's one of the reasons why I didn't like the rebuttal situation. And you could see Richard shifting in his chair, like, just like, Jesus, these people are lying again. And I can't say anything, because you don't know what's going on in the minds of the jurors. We don't know, like, what they're thinking, where they're at, and that's just the tools of persuasion. Who talks to you last tends to have an impact.
Well, somebody says that Tucker Carlson talked about this on his show.
Surprise me.
Was this last night? Tucker Carlson, believe it or not, it's actually usually easy to find. People seem to upload versions of his show. Yep, I found it right away. Tucker, actions like this threaten America's judicial system.
Good evening. Welcome to Tucker Carlson Tonight. The judge in the Kyle Rittenhouse trial has just sent the jurors home for the night to think about the trial for yet another day. So far, deliberations in this case have lasted about 20 hours. In a normal proceeding, we'd have the jury's decision in about 20 minutes. The essential question in this case is really clear. Did Kyle Rittenhouse have good reason to believe dangerous men were trying to murder him? And the answer is also clear and unequivocal. Yes, he did. These people were definitely trying to murder Kyle Rittenhouse. So Rittenhouse's response to that threat was the definition of self-defense, desperate split-second decisions made in the face of unwanted aggression in an attempt to save his own life. That's what happened. Every person who testified at the trial on both sides confirmed that. No honest person doubts it. So Kyle Rittenhouse never should have been charged in the first place, and yet he was. And the reason he was is very simple. From the beginning, this case was driven by politics, and ever since, it's been tainted by government deception and incompetence. For example, we're just learning now relevant new evidence in the case. Really? This is evidence the jury should have seen before it began deliberation, obviously, on the basis supposedly of all known facts. So needless to say, this is not how our legal system is supposed to work. Here's what we've learned. One of the charges that Kyle Rittenhouse faces is a felony count for, quote, recklessly endangering the safety of a man who until today had never been identified. Video footage from the night of August 25th
talking about jump kick man
shows
first.
This man kicking Kyle Rittenhouse in the face and knocking him down. Rittenhouse responds by firing his rifle twice, and both times he missed. Tonight, the jury is considering whether Rittenhouse acted recklessly when he fired those two shots. And yet, and here's the point, the jury has no idea as it deliberates who this man is, because the prosecution never identified him. Prosecutors claimed they didn't know his identity, and they had no way to find it out. So that means that Rittenhouse's defense attorneys never got to cross-examine this man or introduce any evidence about his behavior that night. That's not a small thing. According to the Daily Mail, new reporting today, that man's name is Maurice Freeland. Freeland has admitted that he attacked Rittenhouse moments before another man, a domestic abuser called Anthony Huber, started bashing Rittenhouse in the head with a skateboard. So who is Maurice?
All right, so we talked about this yesterday, right? And
yeah,
this to me now confirms that Maurice Freeland is jump kick, man, if the Daily Mail and Fox News are openly reporting this now.
Right.
So whatever doubt I had, I'm guessing is now erased.
So of course another person involved in this situation
Well, according
is
to
a
the Daily
felon.
Mail, he's
Well, more importantly, they represented in court that he's yet never been identified, and that they looked for him, but they knew who he was because he came to them and requested immunity.
Right.
In exchange for his testimony, so they lied. Binger lied to the judge again.
Right.
He's a career criminal. He has open charges for domestic abuse, disorderly conduct, and criminal damage to property. In one case, a woman reported to authorities that Freeland, quote, threw her to the ground and kicked her in her lower right rib cage. So what we learn here, among other things, is that every single person Kyle Rittenhouse shot or shot at on August 25th in Kenosha had a lengthy and violent criminal record. Well, that
everyone he shot had a criminal record.
But the jury doesn't know it. Thanks to unethical behavior by the prosecution, Maurice Freeland never had to testify in court. And yet, apparently, Freeland told prosecutors that he wanted immunity before he would agree to appear on the stand. The assistant district attorney in the case, Thomas Binger, refused to provide that. That means the state knew all along exactly who Maurice Freeland was. But they withheld that information from Kyle Rittenhouse's lawyers. And as a result of that, Kyle Rittenhouse was deprived of his constitutional right under the Confrontation Clause to challenge his accuser in open court. That's not supposed to happen. It can't happen. And that's not the only relevant evidence that was withheld from Kyle Rittenhouse's lawyers during this trial. We're about to show you some drone footage. It aired on this show.
Here's the drone footage portion.
2020. At the time, we were interviewing a lawyer called John Pierce, who was then representing Kyle Rittenhouse. Take a look at the pictures on the right-hand side.
Since Fox possesses the video, I want to know what their opinion is.
Tertiary charge anyway, because there are other. Let me ask you about the first shooting of Joseph Rosenbaum. Sure. The second two, one man was shot in the arm, the other was shot in the midsection and died. Both of them clearly, and that's obvious on video, attacked Rittenhouse. But the first shooting, was Rittenhouse fired upon before he fired? Did he believe he was fired upon? What were the circumstances of that shooting? So that drone footage that you just saw, it's right there, that aired on this show, has become part of the Rittenhouse case. Prosecutors claim that footage shows Kyle Rittenhouse raising his rifle in a provocative manner at an accused arsonist called Joshua Ziminski. Now, the footage doesn't actually show that, if you look at it carefully, but that's what they're claiming anyway. The prosecution's theory of the case is that Joseph Rosenbaum, the child rapist, began chasing Kyle Rittenhouse after Rittenhouse pointed his rifle at Ziminski. So apparently the pedophile was defending the honor of the accused rapist. That's their claim. Conveniently for the state, however, Joshua Ziminski, like Maurice Freeland, never testified in this case. Why? Because prosecutors made sure he couldn't. Prosecutors charged Ziminski with arson and then delayed his trial so he would not be available to testify in the Rittenhouse trial. By the way, and this is relevant too, authorities say Ziminski brought a gun to the riot and fired a shot before Kyle Rittenhouse ever pulled his own trigger. How's that for relevant? But jurors never got to hear Joshua Ziminski explain that. So here's the problem. The drone footage we aired on this show was never provided to Kyle Rittenhouse's defense team. Instead, they got a blurrier, lower-grade copy of the tape. Look at the images you're seeing on your screen right now. You're seeing the high-quality image on the bottom and the low-quality image on the top. There's no comparison between the two. The defense had no way to analyze the high-quality footage during the trial and provide it to their video experts. They couldn't verify that the footage is accurate or make any arguments about what it shows. They just had to accept the prosecution's version. That's when they were trying to convince the judge. Now, the defense only realized this after one of the prosecutors admitted it out loud, apparently by accident. He admitted that his version
Our
of
version's
the
clearer.
was, quote, much clearer than the footage the defense
This is
had.
playing funny.
Watch.
This is the same quality as our version, is it? Yeah. Our version is much clearer.
According to one of Rittenhouse's lawyers, the defense copy of the drone footage was nearly 3 times less clear than what the prosecutors had.
I confirmed that this file that he said was directly provided to the state.
Point your finger, Miss Wisco. There you go.
Megabyte file, not 4.
Point at Binger.
So the information contained in the flash drive was over double the size, almost 3 times the size.
The file that he sent. She's pointing at Krause.
Every other piece of evidence from the state crime lab in this situation has been provided to us via Dropbox. Dropbox provides an exact forensic copy of what they have. the file title name in this situation should have been exactly the same as the one provided to the state if it was the exact same copy. The file name was nowhere near similar.
So how to account for this? Well, the prosecutors explained they just got this footage at the last minute, a few days ago. They said they immediately sent it to the defense, and they had no idea the defense would get such a low-quality copy of it. It was a technical glitch, they said.
Technical glitch.
That doesn't really make sense, actually, and the judge seemed to understand that. He asked why the prosecution waited more than a year to get this footage.
The defendant's first attorney, after he was charged with this case, appeared on an interview, appeared alongside the high-definition version of this footage.
If you know Tucker Carlson's got it, you could have subpoenaed it, no?
We didn't know that until, I think, today.
No, we knew it.
No, we knew it.
It doesn't matter what the explanation is. There's no excuse for this in a criminal trial. The prosecution has a legal obligation to obtain evidence in a timely manner and then provide it to the defense the moment it's available. That's the law. In this case, the prosecution waited until after the trial began to give the defense a low-quality version of the drone footage. So you have to ask, is this deliberate prosecutorial misconduct? And actually, as a legal matter, it doesn't matter. Kyle Rittenhouse is constitutionally entitled...
All right, so clearly, same thing essentially that we just saw.
Right.
I hear that Jack Posobiec is on Requeta Law right now. Maybe we want to check that out.
You know, the awkward thing.
Talking about the Reddit stuff.
Full acquittal on all charges. Richards is going to think he did a good job.
Yeah. We just have to be out there. We just have to be out there constantly. No.
Yeah, Darth Crypto's on there.
Yeah, they were talking about bringing him on earlier.
Because we still have
like, I'm the guy that got Rittenhouse off.
No.
I've seen this. I'm looking for this anywhere else other than Carol. Not that I just.
Yeah, I'm texting people. Actually, here, can I mute for a second? I want to make some calls.
Of course.
Okay.
Yeah. Nick, since you have this up on the screen anyway, I just wanted to show
And
you
Will
this.
Chamberlain.
This was on Gage's Reddit. He had claimed, this is the first time he had ever claimed that last time I checked, apart from a visual cue of a malfunction, there's only one way to know pulling the trigger. He was claiming that Kyle had to recharge the AR because there was a malfunction, which we all know is a lie because it's all on video. The first time he claimed that, though, was in January, which was about 20 days after he filed his first lawsuit. So all of a sudden that fact came to fruition. He remembered it, I suppose, right after he filed his lawsuit. And the other most relevant thing I saw, in addition to some other weird posts, because he is a weird guy, it was just kind of funny.
Gage is a weird guy, really?
Effed around and found out. That's what he said. Kyle
What was
ran
your
down the street
first
to another business, effed around and
indication of
found
that?
out. I don't think he's using that word in the way it means. I don't think it means what he thinks it means, because I'm pretty sure he's the one who effed around and found out. But...
All right, so...
All right, guys, I just want to address it. There is a rumor going around now that a verdict has been reached and will be announced within the hour.
Well, we'll...
Did you see that?
We'll see how reliable that other dude's...
It's being put out there by Carol Markowitz. Let's see who she is. Columnist for the New York Post and Fox News, contributing editor at The Spectator, and a contributing writer for the DC Examiner. She just posted that about 6 minutes ago.
Secretive, hiding his identity. I don't know for a fact that it was him, of course.
We should probably be paying attention outside the courtroom.
But he was
who else
just
is
shitting
out there.
overall.
I know Never Stops out there again. I have no idea what his stream looks like.
Saying things like, claiming that his arm injury wasn't that bad.
All right, so
don't you have a civil suit in play right
so
now?
That's it.
Don't you have a civil suit in play right
so
now?
That's it.
Yeah, that.
And eventually, I had to block him because he just was, it was just a poop fest.
Poop fest. He keeps saying poop fest.
Disarm him.
I've only had a couple dedicated YouTube commenters. One of them was so convinced that
right,
Kyle carrying the gun was unlawful.
They're talking about YouTube commenters that dog them. I'm going to, first of all, let me look inside the courtroom. That's the first thing. No judge present as far as I could tell. Now, I'm going to search for outside the courtroom feeds. Kyle Rittenhouse trial.
hope if my keyboard gets obnoxious, let me know.
No, it's all right. Usually you can tell by the thumbnail if the stream is coming from outside, but you have to scroll through so much garbage. Awaiting verdict, snack squad. No, they usually show the inside the courtroom. I was just hoping that the Polish American Brotherhood lady was there.
Yeah, she definitely had the best stream.
Could try Rupley. Hold on. They had a,
Yeah, that was the good little secret weapon we had.
They had a stream up yesterday. No, the only stream they have is inside the courtroom.
Yeah, Never Stop is like wandering around Kenosha, but I don't know what he's doing.
For those of you who follow the Poland story, it looks like Poland won because Belarus is repatriating the I guess migrants back to Iraq or Syria, wherever they came from. All right, so nothing on Rupley. Who'd you say was wandering around?
Never Stop Voices, but he's not outside the courtroom yet. I don't know where he is. He's just walking around in Kenosha. I don't have his audio up, so I don't know. I announced to him that they said they're going to announce within an hour. Like I put it in his chat. So
well, that's just a rumor.
Yeah, it's just a rumor. So yeah, no, I made that clear in his chat. So it's a rumor.
Oh my God, that wind! I forgot.
Right? Yeah.
All right. I don't know. What do you guys think? You think we'll get a verdict today?
Oh, he's talking about verdict on his stream.
Yeah, the wind sounds like it sounds like he's like riding outside of a jet or something.
Just trying to figure if he's near the courtroom. Because from what I've come to understand from primarily watching him walk around, Kenosha ain't that big.
Going into Monday,
right?
Huh? Maybe.
Let me check this Carol Markowitz's timeline. See if she's updated.
It is a little, concerning. Like if they did a verdict today, being Friday, and then we have the weekend where more people can show up.
Okay, she has updated.
That would kind of seem a bit irresponsible.
All right, so I'll just put her Twitter timeline up on the screen now for the benefit of the chat. Or we could just go to Ricketta Law, where apparently they're saying that Sobek is talking about it now.
With my
channel, and
somebody says the Badger moved.
Channel, but also the
state seal.
The content creators here who have really been putting in
clearly that's grounds for mistrial.
Legal bites, like in civil law.
There's supernatural activity going on in the courtroom. Call the Ghostbusters.
Coleman, myself, you've been promoting that, and we've seen an explosion.
New York Post reporting verdict is in.
The go-to place, and it's because you've been promoting it in large part because you've been promoting it, and I want.
All right, I got so many streams going. The potato's going nuts.
To express my gratitude to you for that, and I think it's helpful to the overall cause of people recognizing that hey, mainstream media has been dominating us with whatever slanted narrative they want to give us, and that there are outlets out there, and that their voices rise and get stronger. That's a white pill for the future. That Americans are actually looking for genuine fact-based truth rather than just being spoon-fed whatever slant the media wants to give us. So I want to express my gratitude to you, Hozo, for that. Like Legal Bites, or maybe like a little smaller, because those.
All right, so what Carol Markowitz, she was the one that first broke this on Twitter. She's since updated and said, someone said, didn't have Carol being the first on the timeline to break this on my bingo card. No, me either. No, me neither. I was going back and forth if I should post it because it's so not my lane. And I followed the trial, but not like many of you. But information wants to be free. And again, this person is reliable and has given me correct tips before. So the original thing she said was, got a reliable tip that the Rittenhouse verdict is in and will be announced in the next hour. And that was 14 minutes ago.
I guess we'll see.
Just make sure that I have the sound on the courtroom stream. Okay.
Do want to be able to get this out for advice, you got to go to the experts on Ricada law, and you're all here, like you're all just right there. So it's like, wow, just listen to you guys hashing it out, and even the back and forth.
Remember yesterday when we speculated that the jury left earlier than usual, that maybe they were almost done?
I just think it's kind of the hive mind of the internet. I like how Nick has said that a couple of times. You just get that internet hive mind where it's really amazing. And then even Darth Crypto coming in on the video angle of it, where you came in and said, look, and he actually has
John Curtis just posted another Twitter thread that I tagged you on.
Or knows it's not you're not a lawyer, but you have
he's one of the people who put together the video that kind of like superimposed a picture of Kyle with his rifle down.
Help them as a legal researcher.
And I guess he's got something here about
a legal researcher who's also a video expert, right? Like, what are the odds? But boom, talent stacks. It's all about talent.
I'm a good troll. I'm a really good troll. So there's all.
Okay, so someone named Lady of the Kingdom says, lawyers with contacts in Kenosha Courthouse have a report of a verdict within the hour?
Well, we'll see.
An opposite report?
Never Stop Voices, his stream actually looks pretty clean, and he's getting out to the front of the courthouse right now.
Yeah, I could see the courthouse there.
Not very populated. Other than the media. The media's lined up with their, like they've got like cannons pointing at the door.
A couple of counter protesters on the other side.
Yeah, there's less people there than there was yesterday.
Usually it takes a while for them to get there, but another thing is standing out in that cold weather for multiple days, it starts to have an impact on you. Like, you feel it. It's rough. When I do reenactment, sometimes we're out in that weather, and it
yeah, and I think that's what the judge is waiting on, because he's like, well, if it's an acquittal, then the motion doesn't really matter. If it's guilty, then we can talk about.
Like, maybe they've heard the rumor too, because they're lined up like right in front.
Yeah, they've got their tripods all set up,
pointing straight at that door.
They got their tripods all. They didn't. This is the first time I've seen them all in a row, right in front of the courthouse steps. And we got the usual. I guess these are the Pan-African nationalists that have been there since the beginning. Up on the top. But we got Media Row setting up on the sidewalk there. Quick glance into the courtroom. Oh, they ended that stream. These motherfuckers.
Conspiracy. What is it that keeps happening to Kevin? Whenever he gets in front of the courthouse, his stream turns to to potato. Like, I mean, there's no way he has any control over it, which makes me wonder what the hell does it. And it's still watchable, and I don't think there's anybody else standing out there other than mainstream media. Rumors are going out on Rakita Law that everybody's coming back to the courtroom too.
Yeah. It's pretty much everywhere now, the rumor.
Well, Law and Crime is still up.
I hate using Law and Crime.
No, I don't disagree. It also
just,
like
it's
it
the
looks
logo.
crappy.
The logo kills me. But yeah, I'll use theirs since they tend to keep the courtroom image up instead of a title card. Hopefully.
And the camera's vibrating a little bit, so.
All right, so I don't know. I think yesterday I interpreted them leaving early as maybe they just have maybe a couple of things left to hash out because it was noticeably early.
Right.
I just figured, usually they make them work till between 5:30 and 6, or that was the pattern. I wonder if the Karen Foreman got her way, or was she overruled? Or if they announce a verdict, that would mean that it's not a hung jury because they would have to send a note to the judge, say, "Hey, we're deadlocked, and we don't think we're gonna be able to do this." Let me see here. Bear with me, chat, for a second as I do a couple of preparations in case there is a verdict. I got dueling keyboards. I'll dip back into Rakita Law to see if Posobiec has his source inside the courtroom.
Is too polarized for the defendant to get a fair trial. Let's punt it over to another county.
Oh Jesus!
Never stop us pointing out that like this whole crowd.
Oh,
is
it's
media
Ron. Ron's
hanging
mic
around
started
outside the
picking
door.
up crazy. I'm telling you, StreamYard is doing weird stuff with audio.
Oh, this is
I'm muted. I'm muted. How can I?
No,
Oh, this guy's blowing out the headphones.
I muted you, Ron, because when the audio started coming in hot. Can you try rejoining? Same thing happened to Kurt earlier. His mic was fine, and then it wasn't.
How is it now?
It's
really, he is really loud.
Really loud. Oh wait,
I had him
hold
turned
on.
way
I
down
can fix
just out
that.
of habit
I can fix that
because of the wind.
There we go.
Oh no, I'm talking about Rakita Law. They've got this guest on. He's coming in like booming.
I'm
going to turn.
I don't think that's a StreamYard problem.
What's the general consensus on the new trial? What do you guys think? Do you think? I mean, obviously with the right team.
Never stop us getting into a fight outside the courtroom.
I think
not a physical fight yet.
They would definitely benefit from the fact that they would not be able to bring a minor in possession charge. That was a huge thing that really, I think, tainted this particular jury.
Yeah, and the curfew charge, even though it was dropped early on, was still there in the minds, and they still made it. I mean, they still made it part of their case that he was there when he wasn't supposed to be.
I gotta
there,
mute
that he was
catalog. So you say that there's a verbal argument going on?
Yeah, this guy is flipping out at Kevin Glowicki.
Camera dumb. Yeah, it's on camera, so they all know you walked up to us and we weren't even looking at you.
Oh, look at the media.
Yeah, that's what he said. Is that's all media parked out in front of the door. They're getting ready to like.
The Black Lives Matter.
You
addressed me. Black Lives Matter is
going
to cause a reaction, so that's why you fucking wear it.
You addressed me, homie. Go away.
No, you addressed me, and I was here first. So you go fuck yourself.
Move around, clown.
Quit telling me to move because I have as much right to stand here as you do. So go fuck yourself.
Move around, clown.
Go fuck yourself.
That's the guy with the New York accent from yesterday.
Because that's all they have. They can't do anything besides yell and scream at people.
Keep your mask up there, son.
Yeah, because he wants to hide who he is. Because that's why BLM didn't show up today. Because they're afraid. day because they said they had no fucking security.
Put that mask up, man. Put
Oh,
that mask
man.
Up. Make sure nobody knows who the fuck you are.
Everyone knows who I am, homie.
Oh, I'm sure they do.
Yeah.
Fox 6 News Milwaukee popped
What
up.
are you? Are you Antifa? He's Antifa.
He probably believes in his coronavirus.
Still looking at the seal, but
that's what the mask is for. It's not to hide his fucking little pussy ass face.
I literally.
All right, this is cancer.
you could just turn it down and just look at the feed, I guess.
Well, the media certainly seems to think there's a verdict, guys. I mean, look at this. This is
Right.
all media, guys. This is not protesters. This is a media scrum. I mean, forgive the low-res video, but this is the only stream that seems to be on outside right now. Yeah, what's all this chicanery? I mean, that media scrum tells me the media believes there's a verdict. They ain't standing there on the courthouse steps for nothing.
No, if he's non-biased, he's not supposed to have an opinion.
No.
Yeah, he's a total contradictory to everything.
No, I'm curious. Like, you have Black Lives Matter, but you also have the Proud Boys.
It's not a Proud Boys symbol.
What is
It's like we got the NAACP here.
Somebody in chat says havoc. It's havoc.
Right.
It's an American flag.
Oh, I don't know if you're listening to what's going on, but now they're accusing Kevin of having Proud Boy symbols.
Yeah, well, they're saying that he's Antifa and he's Proud Boy at the same time.
No, it's not. It's a comic book figure. And unfortunately, these
Now this
fucking
girl's like
pro-police
zooming in,
fucks
like
and
she
these
thinks she's gonna
racist
get the
fucking
scoop
militia
on
groups
Kevin.
have
That's
taken
just
that
silly.
symbol and turned it into a fucking hate crime.
I don't even know. I know because I didn't know.
Punisher was my favorite comic book, and that's why I have it on, because it's my counter-protest to them, that they don't get to take a fucking comic book figure and turn it into a fucking symbol of hate.
Keita Law has the
Even
law and crime thing up on their wall, like they're waiting.
Chicanery. I'll always remember that Better Call Saul episode just because of the word chicanery. So somebody, I guess they were complaining that he had a Punisher symbol on. I guess they didn't know what it was.
Yeah, he is. He's been using that as his symbol forever, though. But the Punisher symbol has been adopted by people that have nothing to do with it. He said he's just a fan of the comic book, and I believe him.
Karen with her phone. That's what's wrong with this world. Damn whammon with too much rights. Repeal the 19th. Well, I don't know if you would call them BLM. The Pan African nationalist Marxists are there, but there's like 4 of them. Do they count as BLM? Probably. I mean, they got their own thing.
I'm sorry, who were you talking about?
Someone said Black Lives Matter isn't there. That was also one of the points in their fight. There. But I think the Pan African nationalist guys, Marxist guys, are there on the top. Because I see their flag waving. Alright, there's a guy called Living Survival who looks like he has 4 streams up at once, but 2 of them are like Nancy Pelosi. Wisconsin State Seal, Wisconsin State Seal.
Yeah, nothing in the courtroom yet.
Who's
Usually
this?
what I do is I just leave the volume up on one of those, and that way you hear it.
Yeah, I've got the volume. Here's somebody that's outside. He's got a split screen of the Wisconsin State Seal and streamers who are outside.
See if his stream.
Ghost of ODB.
Oh, I've never heard of him. Poor Kevin. That is a pretty good view. I like that.
Yeah, there's the Pan-African nationalist guy with the flag. He's got like 2 or 3 people with him. I guess I'll just leave it here for a while since he's got both the seal and the courthouse steps.
Yeah, that's a good stream to be on.
There's a meme of them out there.
UniteAmericaFirst.com is the stream on the bottom right. I don't remember seeing him there before, but doesn't mean he wasn't. Yeah, his name is there, is right there. It says Will Johnson. Very subdued, mellow crowd seems like right now.
Yeah, the cold will do that to you, though. That's that probably has a lot to do with it, but.
Let me take a quick break. Be right back, guys. Gonna empty the bladder.
While NeoUnrealist is emptying his bladder, it's time for a station identification. You are currently watching NeoUnrealist with special guest V Radio. Please like and subscribe and ring the bell.
So we're just standing around at this point waiting for a verdict, which we don't know exactly when it will be called, but obviously there's a verdict in because
Polish American Brotherhood
swarmed up here to the steps of the courthouse. So at this point, again, more of a, I guess, the second part of the waiting game. And if they went to lunch, it'll probably be after lunch if they have got excused for lunch.
He's right. I'm guessing if, let's say they said that they had a verdict, he'd probably let them eat lunch.
Oh,
this judge, you know.
just to make everybody else on the planet watch. By the way, Polish American Brotherhood popped up, and they're very clear.
Oh, we gotta grab that Polish American Brotherhood stream.
That's right.
Alright, I'll kill the sound there. I'll sacrifice maybe this one here. No. Either way, the Great Thanksgiving Riot of Kenosha is about to happen. I'm not seeing a live stream. Is it for one of her alternate channels of which she has like a ton?
I'm looking at here. Just let me just give it to you. I will throw it in your messages. Be easier. There you go. But it's active right now. So.
Okay.
camera in the courtroom in Fox 6 is moving around a little bit, or it's zoomed out anyway. They're in the courtroom. They're moving around.
Movement in the
Here we
courtroom.
go. Yep, and they're getting in their chairs, and everybody's sitting down.
Oh yeah, we got activity, fellas.
Oh shit.
Okay.
Oh, Schroeder! Whoa!
All
He's
right,
still got that cold. He's shaking.
We're back, and the appearances are as before.
That's it. The verdict is in. Let's see what's
they
up.
have notified us that they have reached a verdict. Anything before we call the jury down?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
All right, guys, they're calling the jury down.
Shifarasi, it's the first time I've ever seen him look like that. He's kind of like nervous.
This is everything. I wish we had the Fox. I wish I had the Fox one up.
I got it up. Do you need the
Oh,
link?
they restarted it.
Well, yeah, I'm watching it right now. It's got 10K people.
All right, so I should find it quick. See, I hate that law and crime logo.
Yeah.
Just shove it aside.
Yeah, there it is.
Jesus, this is intense, man. Freaking year of my life waiting for this crap.
The thing is, it's probably not even going to be over now.
Yeah.
And then, let's say Kyle is acquitted. You still have the opportunity to actually finally hear from him unfettered.
Yeah.
Which I'm sure that would be huge.
Here we go. Sound is on again.
Yeah. There's Kyle.
Yep.
Yeah, you folks can be seated maybe a few minutes while we...
A few minutes? What?
How long is it going to take to get the jury down there?
Somebody call customer service. This show sucks.
Nick Ricetta gained 5,000 viewers in the last minute.
His mom, man.
Is Judge Bruce Schrader. We will listen in live in Kenosha.
By the way.
Oh, God, you gotta be kidding me.
Wow. Look at Kyle, man. The freaking tension. Holy smokes.
And Suzanne Spencer.
It's like, you
joining
gotta be
here
kidding
in the
me.
studio as well as we get our look.
I have to wait
Kyle
some more?
Rittenhouse. Again, the breaking news at just past noon this morning that a verdict has been reached in the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. Suzanne.
And as we await the judge to begin speaking here, initially we were told it would be about an hour before we learned of the specific verdict itself. It is unclear if the plan has changed, so to speak, from Judge Bruce Schrader. Again, Kyle Rittenhouse is charged with killing 2 people and injuring a 3rd. Joseph Rosenbaum, Anthony Huber, and Gage Grosskreutz have been the focus of this trial and what happened in August of 2020 in Kenosha. This was in a series of protests after the shooting of Jacob Blake by Kenosha police officer Rusty
Look at
Shesky.
Sharovsky.
Justin Blake,
I know.
Jacob's
He's
uncle, has been an
scribbling
integral
something
part of
paper.
definitely since this whole
All right, maybe
incident
I don't
has
want the
happened.
Fox
He's actually been outside the
if they're
Kenosha
gonna blather.
County Courthouse
Yeah, now they're
since
talking.
this has.
Let's try the Yahoo. They don't usually talk. Super chat coming in from Circle of Snakes. The beginning or the end of the Banana Republic? Yeah. Yahoo doesn't give the noise. I mean the blather. No Jeopardy I notice right now.
You using Yahoo Finance? Well, never mind.
The regular Yahoo. I don't know why they have 2 streams. Well, technically there are 2 separate entities. Sharovsky, he's just doodling. He's not writing anything.
Nervous habit.
Schroeder's rubbing his chin. He's trying to think about what cookies he's going to eat after the verdict. It's supposed to be. Schroeder's talking.
No, it doesn't need to be. There can't be any reaction at all, no matter how strongly you may feel. And it's understood that many people do have strong feelings, but we can't permit any kind of a reaction to the verdict. And as you can see, there's quite a bit of law enforcement here, and you will be whisked out of here if there is any. So
Man,
be
even
aware.
the defense is all like. That's the first
put
time I've ever seen
your-
Shirasi nervous.
Your fate is in the hands of 12 people who you've not even been able to hear
Right.
their arguments the last 4 days. It's totally random. Like,
Right.
and you realize that, you know, this guy's fate was in your hands, and you hope you did your best to get him the result he should have gotten, which is, like they say, the lawyer's worst nightmare is an innocent client. Because usually they represent guilty people.
Would you
Right.
put it on, please?
Yes. Especially the high-priced one. Jesus, look at that poor kid.
There's his sister Mackenzie, I think.
Yeah.
Is that his sister, or is that his...
Well, he's got 2 sisters, I think.
Yeah, his younger sister is, like, really short.
Right.
I think that was his younger sister. His mom is there. I saw her, but I just
Yeah.
don't know where she's sitting right now. I thought she'd be, like, next to her
3
daughter.
rows back. Yeah, they're all in the same row.
Is this his other sister, this girl with the glasses?
Judge is talking. Let's see what happens.
Something I've been wondering about Miss Wisco. She doesn't seem that old
Right,
yet. Her
members of
hair
the
is
jury,
totally
have
white.
You elected a foreperson? Would you give your juror number, please?
54.
54. And has the jury reached a verdict as to each count of the information?
Yes, we have that.
One verdict and one verdict only.
Yes.
Would you hand all of the paperwork to the bailiff, please?
This is the ones that you did.
Jesus, the fuck
Yeah,
is this?
everything.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks.
There's Richards. Head in his hands. Suspense killing him. The paper shuffling of fate.
The defendant will rise, face the jury, and hearken to its verdicts.
State of Wisconsin versus Kyle Rittenhouse. As to the first count of the information, Joseph Rosenbaum. We, the jury, find the defendant, Kyle H. Rittenhouse, not guilty.
Not guilty on
As
Rosenbaum.
to the second count of the information, Richard McGinnis. We, the jury, find the defendant, Kyle H. Rittenhouse, not guilty.
Not guilty on
As
McInnes.
to the third count of the information, unknown male. We, the jury, find the defendant, Kyle H. Rittenhouse, not guilty.
Not guilty on jump
As
kick,
to the
man.
fourth count of the information, Anthony Huber. We, the jury, find the defendant, Kyle H. Rittenhouse, not guilty.
Not guilty on
As to
Huber,
the fifth
skateboard
count
guy.
of the information, Gage Grosskreutz. We, the jury, find the defendant, Kyle H. Rittenhouse, not guilty.
Not guilty on all charges.
That's right.
Justice
right.
is done.
The stream I was listening to was ahead of yours, so I didn't want to spoil it for you. Fuck
Kyle,
yeah. Not
Kyle
guilty on all
collapses
counts.
in tears.
Not guilty.
Unbelievable, ladies and gentlemen.
Woo!
We started.
Sorry.
Oh,
Just about 3 weeks
don't
ago.
you don't have to hold back.
And
This was Scope providing tissues for Kyle.
I told you it could last 2 weeks and 2 days. This is 2 weeks. This is 3 weeks. You were a
Get him
wonderful
some water.
jury to work with.
Get this kid. Look,
Punctual,
he's shaking. He
attentive.
can't even drink.
And the forgotten six over here who had
His hand is
very
shaking.
difficult job.
Unreal. Richards, a look of relief
discussing
on
the
his
case
face.
during
I mean,
the period
Sharovsky, look at his.
as well. All of you, you just
Look at him exhaling.
I've asked for a better jury to work with, and it has truly been my pleasure.
There's mom and
I think,
sisters.
without commenting on your the verdicts themselves, just in terms of your the attentiveness and the cooperation that you gave.
Wow.
To us, this justifies the confidence that the founders of our country.
Judge Schroeder bailed out by a not guilty on all counts verdict.
That's
I
right.
dismiss you at this time. You're
He's
never
still talking,
under
but I
any
think it's just
obligation
about like
to
their
discuss
final.
any
It's like
aspect
good. Now I'm
of this
curious
case
what the hell's going to happen
anyone.
outside. 'Cause,
Yeah, now it's the
Riverside
reaction.
Voices
To do
chat
so
is
as
totally
little
like
or as
melting
much as
down
you want.
because they're mostly left.
The media have requested, a number of media sources have requested the ability to talk to you. And
Now, for the jury, it's the race. So who's going to write the book and sign the movie deal first?
There's Huber's
presentations to you
Fox
that you'll get in
6
writing,
sitting there crying.
and it's entirely up to you whether you want to contact them. They are not to contact you.
There's
If
Aunt Susan.
anyone does contact
She's
you,
sitting next to.
just
Remember, she testified.
tell them
That's
you're not
Huber's
interested in
aunt.
discussing it, if that's the case. And if anyone persists in doing so,
I'll catch up to the super chats
report that to
if
us, and it
necessary,
will be
guys.
addressed.
Just want to listen to this.
At the beginning of the trial, there was some concern about information and your safety, and I assure you that we will take every measure to ensure that that is your concerns are addressed and respected. I'm going to talk to you for just a minute, not about anything to do with the case, but just about that sole issue. And you, as I say, you're welcome to discuss the case as little or as much as you want.
Richards
any
looks.
questions, anybody?
Doesn't he look drained?
Thank you so much.
Well, they were probably stressed out like crazy. Do you think you slept last night? I mean, Jesus.
After 4 years, you're eligible for service again. It would be my
Oh
pleasure
my
to
God!
work with you.
Come back here in 4 years.
Yeah.
Cops are getting them out of there safe.
Or in the they can send them in the library. It's not going to be more than a minute, or maybe it will be.
Wow.
Yeah, I'll take them upstairs. That's fine. That's
so
fine.
fucking surreal, bro. So
well,
surreal.
he's now double jeopardy is in effect. They cannot charge him again. He's basically done.
Yep.
The only possible and this is very unlikely, the federal government, denying civil rights charges, but because none of the people here are in a protected class. I mean, he's a white defendant that shot white attackers. I don't see how they could do that.
Oh, Finger's talking.
Super chat from Inky. Thanks, Neo, for your awesome coverage of the whole trial. What an amazing news. Guys, I mean, I would have watched it anyway, so...
Mr. Richards?
Just pleased to share it with you.
Any word from the state?
So that's it. He just lets everybody go.
The jury has...
Man, it's so fucking crazy. It's just, we built this up for so long.
Basically, he walks free today.
Yeah, that's it.
I mean, right now, he walks out the courtroom. He doesn't have to deal with this anymore.
Are dismissed with prejudice?
Everything dismissed with prejudice.
Anything else? Thank you. Good day.
Super chat from... Oh, got a few of these now.
Polish Americans live again outside.
Super chat from Circle of Snakes. Now to sue the fuck out of the media and Biden.
Fuck yeah.
Super chat from Radagast. Thanks for streaming all this. Been one hell of a ride. Super chat from version 135. Praise God. Love you all. You are great patriots. Thank you, guys. Schroeder's still in the seat, I wonder. And the camera's rising to the top. So it looks like that is all for the in-court streaming. Now let us go outside. You say Polish American is
Yeah, they just popped up on my feed again. Zooming in on the Wisconsin seal one more time, right? Oh.
No more Wisconsin state seal.
Right.
All right. Sounds like we got Malcolm X outside. Is your phone blowing up? Super chat coming in from Keith Chegwin's Spunky Backpack. Thanks for coverage, man. You are very welcome.
It's been a marathon, that's for damn sure. Hurry up and wait. Hurry up and wait.
I'm not even certain this is the final chapter because the reaction to this may be.
Well, there'll be plenty of like imagine what the Young Turks are gonna say.
I was going to mention that the Young Turks I don't know how do they usually do a show?
I'm sure they will. Like the other people, like the Surfs, like Vosh, all those idiots, they'll end up making videos about.
Like, what's their normal day? Do they put up a video normally at night or something?
I don't know when Young Turks goes, but you can imagine that they might even, for something this big, they may actually just go no matter what. So.
I guess they're waiting to see if the jurors and Kyle walks out, people like that, see if they can interview them.
Yeah, but Kyle is like you saw the cop walking him out of there. There's no way Kyle's coming out that door. They may talk to the lawyers.
Interesting, one little housekeeping issue now is, does Kyle get his rifle back, and when?
Yeah.
I mean, I would assume he doesn't walk out with it today, but you know, at some point they have to return his property. Or would they? No, actually, no. I take that back. It might be evidence in Dominic Black's trial. I think Dominic Black still is facing charges for the straw purchase.
You know, and another piece of information, which is unfortunately going to have to be decided, is both Linwood and Kyle's other former lawyers seem to think that the bail money should go to them.
Why?
I don't know, especially considering that it was fundraised not by them.
I mean, if they want compensation for work they did, that's one thing, but the entire amount?
That's what's being argued. Yeah, I mean, Fight Back Foundation did, really push the fundraising really hard.
I don't begrudge them for, for compensation for work they did, but like to demand the entire amount seems a bit unseemly.
Right.
We as Americans were fed up, and the people in the world are fed up. We are done with these totalitarian.
There's all kinds of drama going on out there.
Yeah. Super chat from John Doe. Amazing coverage. So glad I didn't get blackpilled through this. My thoughts go to Kyle and his family for the next fight. Yeah. Look, if he had been found guilty, that would have been a huge black pill, guys. Because I don't know how much more a case of self-defense you could present. Oh, this is oh, something's happening. There's like a stir in the media.
Media's running around. Yeah, I see that on Kevin's stream too.
Like, I'm following the Fox broadcast because I figured they'd be like most apt to have like interviews with people exiting the trial. That's what it does mean. That, I mean, it means that at least if you have a good self-defense case, you can still mount it, apparently. At least you can in the state of Wisconsin. But I would imagine that now that he's free of any legal entanglement, we've talked about the downsides of Kyle Rittenhouse, the fact that he may have to move and all that. I mean, on the flip side, I think there are opportunities for him now. He will.
Who's going to get the movie rights?
Well, that's what I'm saying. He now that he has not been found guilty of a crime, he can profit off of this. So obviously, you would think that if you're going to make the Kyle Rittenhouse movie, the one that people would most be interested in would be the one with his endorsement.
The other thing is now we need to switch over to Riot Watch.
Well, that's easy for me. That's my default mode. I mean, all 2020, right. I started 2020 broadcasting from the bunker because of the COOF, and then it morphed into the Black Lives Matter riot, the George Floyd riots in the summer. So, I mean, that was basically several months straight of my channel was riots. So yeah, the other thing I was going to mention is, the opportunity. Kyle might get sponsorships from the more based. Certainly not Black Rifle Coffee. I think that bridge is burned, but I think this actually makes the Black Rifle Coffee thing worse because there's supposedly this big Second Amendment believing outfit, and when it counted, they threw Kyle under the bus.
Yeah. And that's going to be the unfortunate problem is like people are going to be like looking for ways to capitalize on this situation and figure out how they can make money. But at the end of the day, at least the kid's free. Now we just got to see what happens next.
The other side, though, on the other side, you could see something crass, which someone noted about the Zimmerman trial. That even though I don't know if you remember that lady that prosecuted that trial, was her name Corey? Something Corey or...
No, I don't remember. I didn't follow that one as
well,
close as I should.
In any event, all all the people that participated in the prosecution of Zimmerman, even though they lost, they pretty much all got promoted. One is a judge now. They all made out great after that, even though they lost, because they became lionized by the left as the team that prosecuted Zimmerman, even though he was found not guilty in the Trayvon Martin case.
Oh, people are starting to scream about Kyle outside. I guess it's just one person. It wasn't like a bunch of them yet. But...
So yeah, that lady, she was running for re-election as the DA in that Florida county, and she was going to lose. And because she prosecuted Zimmerman, even though she lost, she got black voters who were formerly critical of her. Suddenly she became their champion, and she won easily.
I'm still like processing what this means.
All right, let me dip into the Fox News for a second.
Yeah, go ahead.
Ask you just your thoughts, your reaction to what happened over the course of the trial, and then ultimately what led to the jury.
Or the
finding
Fox,
Kyle Rittenhouse
Fox
not
Milwaukee, I should say.
Well, this trial certainly lasted much longer than anybody had anticipated, lasting 15 days total. I can tell you that the jury throughout this entire process really had only one real question when it came to reviewing the evidence in this case, and that came down to that drone video that many of us were talking about, that drone video where there was a dispute between the quality the prosecution had and the quality that the defense had. Now, of course, the prosecution used that drone video. That was their claim for provocation in this case.
That's a good point she just brought up.
Kyle Rittenhouse pointing a
just
weapon,
because Kyle won the case, does that mean that that Binger should not be pursued for prosecutorial misconduct?
God, I hope they do.
I mean, that the Bar Association has to open up an investigation, in my opinion.
I would agree.
Oh, I hear some sort of argument going on. Just seems like a general argument of seeing people shouting.
Every now and then I hear an outburst, but there hasn't been like an extended fight yet.
Super chat incoming from Circle of Snakes. That's why I said we haven't heard the last of Binger. The state will reward him. Hope he's never a judge. That's what I'm saying, because if Binger is allowed to get away with what he did in this trial, he'll eventually wind up a DA, a judge, or, I mean, if you're gonna pursue Binger, you gotta do it now while it's fresh in memory. Because you can't have a crooked lawyer like that, you know, just... It'll give incentive for other lawyers in other jurisdictions. So, well, Binger got away with it.
Right? No, they need to go after that dude. There's so much malfeasance that's going on. It's crazy. Crazy. It's insane that all that went on. And, it also, and that's something, like I said, just some guy, I don't know if you ever watch him, but he's a black YouTuber that comes out against wokeness, and he was like, if the left was like smart, they would use this as an opportunity to try to point out the problems with our criminal justice system, you know, and that would be a great way to try to help people understand what the problems is with prosecutors. It makes you wonder how many other people that they lied about.
I mean,
screaming again.
Well, this is the guy with the Free Kyle sign shouting, and then people are responding to him.
I'm hearing how many 17-year-olds get a gun charge dropped.
Look at this guy.
Gossiper. Gossiper. Foolish gossiper.
You just got all sorts of people screaming out there.
Right.
DAs are elected. For them, as far as I'm not aware of DAs that got appointed.
It's going to start tonight.
Oh, did you hear somebody go? It's gonna start tonight.
Yep.
So yeah, guys, definitely I will be on tonight if there is some sort of civil unrest, certainly in Kenosha.
I'll be available.
I mean, now we go from verdict watch to riot watch.
Yep, change formation to something else. That's messed up. This is cray, man. It makes you wonder, like, how much the tension's going to build up outside the courtroom and what'll be next. Because there were rumors that Antifa was, like, headed to Kenosha. There was rumors that, you know, people from BLM outside were, but it all could be BS, too. But this time, well, the other thing I would say is different, though, is that the governor took a hell of a lot of crap for his part in not doing enough about this, and so did the police. That's why the National Guard is apparently staged nearby just in case they're needed, so it may go very differently.
Well, there's 500 National Guard. 50 of them are in Kenosha. The other 450 are about an hour to the north, they said.
Right.
So, I guess that's their rapid reaction force if they're needed. Because they said they've been filmed training, swinging their batons, practicing with the riot shields.
I'm literally just sitting here in shock.
The Fox Milwaukee people are back. Let's see.
As they tried to process what happened. As for Kyle Rittenhouse, he did immediately collect.
Right.
Yeah, I would guess that you would not hear from Kyle himself today because you saw the condition he was in the court.
No, that's for sure.
He was shaking. He could barely drink that bottle of water. So I doubt they would expose him to the media today. But certainly, I would hope his attorneys speak, Richards and Shirofsky.
Never stop us talking to Green Hoodie guy.
Thank you, Doc J, for the super chat. Sean Davsky, thank you for your support. Thank you very much. God bless you, man.
Yeah, apparently, I guess the Full Metal Jackets argument didn't sway the jury, I guess.
It's like the media's warming up on
Oh,
something.
they're running in some direction to the side of the courthouse. What's going on there? Okay, there is apparently on the Fox Milwaukee, there is an interview stand set up inside the courtroom.
Probably be from the defense attorney. I know Binger said he's not going to make a statement, so that he'd done that a while ago.
Wicked Way, thank you, Yeet.
Yes, the exploding Full Metal Jacket nuclear bullets didn't.
One of the most embarrassing things of the trial. It's like, let's talk about gun charges and not know what the hell we're talking about.
Thank you.
There's for some reason, the media all flocked,
Right,
dozens of them, to that side of the courtroom.
Never Stop was trying to muscle over there a little bit, but unfortunately his stream is totally wrecked right now.
That's ridiculous. This is ridiculous.
Super chat coming in from John P. Any more pallets of bricks courtesy of Soros NGOs? There was an image of a pile of bricks that was floating around Twitter, but apparently that was fake. That was actually taken in Dallas about a year ago. So that whole bricks on the street thing in Kenosha was a false rumor being spread.
She's in the middle. Let me try to raise this up a little bit. You guys might see.
Okay, the press is surrounding somebody. They've got the boom mics trying to get in there and everything. See some security officers there. They got security jackets labeled. There's the sheriff. Is that Aunt Susan they're trying to escort through there?
Might be.
Yeah, that's Aunt Susan from Huber's aunt and his girlfriend.
Yeah,
that's who they're following.
Over to Huber's girlfriend at one point, and she was crying.
I wish this guy would put the sound on. That's definitely Huber's girlfriend and his Aunt Susan. They're trying to get them out of there is what they're doing. The officers. Through the scrum.
Well, the media at this point is going to turn into vultures and just start
I mean, just leave Aunt Susan alone. I mean, it's not her fault she had a suspect nephew.
Well, right, and that's, yeah, they need to be sure that be aware that they're dealing with human beings. And I see it right now, they're like just following around. That's Huber's dad who just went by.
I mean, to me, Aunt Susan didn't come off bad. She sounds like she tried to help Huber basically, and it sounds like she was the only really stable adult in his life.
Yeah, that's Huber's girlfriend right there, the one with her hair in a bun on top, glasses.
I guess they're getting into that van there.
Looks like it. Yeah, their laws
Look,
are gonna be,
guys, if you type Kyle Rittenhouse did nothing wrong on Twitter and you get banned, let me know, because that's bullshit then. Because it is now official. He's been adjudicated not guilty of these crimes.
Yep.
Yeah, I think it's his grandmother and maybe aunts, it sounds like.
Somebody in the chat wrote, "Did I miss anything?" Alright, so if you are joining the stream right now and you are not aware, I guess it is possible, Kyle Rittenhouse was found not guilty on all charges. Not guilty. So as of not that long ago, just a few minutes, he is a free man. Able to leave, and I don't believe he will face any further legal repercussions. Obviously, people can sue him. It's in civil court. That's, I don't think his being found innocent.
Easy, that's for sure.
But I was going to say, with that not guilty verdict in his pocket, that would be a uphill battle.
Big cameras, they could zoom in. I mean, like these people, these camera folks. Like, I don't care. Honestly, you guys.
So I had kind of a comment earlier about the Rosenbaum stuff yesterday, was that the left pushes the rape culture thing really hard. And so I said, one of my guys who constantly, like, he's got his own stream and he comes into my chat to argue with me, liberal Dan, was posting about rape culture. And I said, so when Kenosha people are walking around with a picture of Rosenbaum, the child rapist, next to a guy who's guilty of domestic violence, and they're just walking around, parading around.
Talk about the patriarchy.
Right, and then you're mentioning that, everybody just lionized Jacob Blake, the rapist. Is that rape culture? Because they're always accusing us of supposedly ignoring or covering up rape, and they literally are holding up signs with rapists, walking around telling us, that these people, are martyrs. It's so stupid.
Anthony Huber's girlfriend.
Woke rape culture, that's the term I made for it. When you ignore rapes, or ignore Tara Reid.
Super chat from Lucifer the Doberman. Hooray!
Yeah.
that's all he says. Hooray! So it looks like Fox News Milwaukee finally is airing the Aunt Susan and the girlfriend Exodus video. Guess one of their reporters must have been in that scrum.
Yeah, they're playing the sound of it.
Obviously, very fluid situation. Huber's family leaving the Kenosha County Courthouse with law enforcement walking them safely to their car. Certainly.
Okay, so they didn't get in that van. Looks like they're getting in a car. In some sort of parking lot. Yep. It's like a white crossover vehicle.
That's Huber's dad right there in front.
I never saw Huber's dad.
Yeah, I have a video with him in it because he also believed that Kyle chased Rosenbaum for 2 blocks before he shot him. And he said that in court. So I made a video of Kyle very clearly not chasing Rosenbaum.
What is it like from your perspective?
Not the sharpest tool in the shed.
I get the idea that Huber's home life wasn't exactly the best one.
Well, that's something else that I heard, and I can't confirm, was that he was homeless at the time.
Because clearly Aunt Susan's giving him money, and
right,
he's bringing his girlfriend around to Aunt Susan's, and it sounds to me like she's like the person that his primary adult. I mean, he's 25. He was 25 years old, so I mean,
right.
It's not like he was super young, but still. So what's going on in front of the courthouse now? Now they're just regathered there.
Or what
Polish American
was
Brotherhood
days of
unfortunately is
unrest.
doing that tripped out acid trip.
Yeah, I had to go away from her because
never stop. There's somebody talking out in front. So
yeah, I see her talking now.
I just don't know who it is.
It's a black woman in a yellow coat.
ADLG.
They're all gathered around her, but the sound isn't on, so like you can't tell what she's saying.
Do one. Yep, Trish. Thank you very much. Hayes, thanks for being out there. BCB. Thank you guys.
Problem is, you got these people in front with the amplified sound, and they drown everything out, even if they had the sound on.
I'll never stop. I can hear it in the distance. The guy with the New York accent's ranting.
Yeah, the Puerto Rican Jewish guy.
Right.
With the parish, I forgot the name of their thing, parish something. Loose for the Doberman super chat. Can't wait for Kyle to sue Joy Reid into poverty.
Hells to the yeah.
Super chat from Circle of Snakes. Look at trending, disgusted on Twitter. Comments are so full of misinformation. Still saying he crossed state lines with a gun. Oh my god. How could you have followed this trial even at this point? Still be going on and on about cross state lines with a gun? They dismissed both charges. The gun charge and the curfew thing. At that point, you're just willfully ignorant. I gotta say.
Okay.
I hear you fine.
Yeah, somebody in the chat was saying they wanted me to restart my sound system. I'm like, I don't even know what he's talking about. But yeah. Periods of static. Yeah, that's going to be the bandwidth, guys. There's nothing I can do about that, unfortunately.
Yeah, I've got so many streams, it could be my potato. Polish American Brotherhood, she just gave up. Looks like she ended her stream.
Breaking news, many U.S. media outlets and journalists labeled Kyle Rittenhouse in self-defense and mass murder and now face defamation lawsuits. That will be something else I'm going to have to follow because I hope he wins.
Well, that's...
If I had any regrets about Linwood not being involved.
I was going to say, as the irony, here's where Linwood would be a good lawyer to have.
Right.
That's his lane.
Yeah.
Defamation suits.
Because it's one of the problems we're going to have for him in his life is that he's not, I mean, like, you imagine having the name Kyle Rittenhouse in your job application? Like, just think about that.
That's not going to be helpful. Here, I just did something that should boost your sound a little bit.
Okay, cool.
People are having trouble hearing you because it could be on my end. Yeah, MSNBC. I don't know what's weird for them. How do they cover this? They've got to be careful now. They're being accused of something. I don't know what their counsel would tell them. Well, clearly they can report on the verdict. Let me, sometimes if you go to the Fox News, like, website, sometimes they're streaming their coverage live, and they let you grab it. I imagine this is what they're talking about right now. You've got to enter. Apparently, it's not a big enough event where they just stream it. You got to be sign in with your cable provider. Well, since we know that, let's see what MSNBC is saying. Imagine it's a funeral over there.
I wonder if the defense is going to do a press conference. I mean, you'd think they would.
You would imagine so. I mean, it's part of representing your client. All right, so we got 10 minutes of preview of MSNBC's coverage. They're outside the building, of course.
Hey there, Chuck. So yes, Justin Blake, the uncle of Jacob Blake, is right over there. We just spoke with him. It's a bit of a crowded situation right here.
Jacob Blake is there?
I can catch up with him right here, but what he had told me, he was very disappointed with this verdict. He called Kyle Rittenhouse a provocateur and said that
did I hear wrong? I think they just said on MSNBC that Jacob Blake is there on the courthouse steps.
A microphone in here and speak with him quickly. It's a little tight.
We're not going to quit. We're not going to stop. We're going to use peace.
Tell you what, Chuck,
MSNBC from Reed says the jury's decision in the Kyle Rittenhouse trial was a dangerous endorsement of a violent vision. Okay. Joy Reid is quickly becoming the worst person in the media.
Super chat from the Geth. The verdict should be the start of a new movement. We have to go after these prosecutors so these ridiculous cases stop going to trial.
I agree. But we also need to be cracking down on riots before they get out of hand. Like, we can't just be letting people
I always say allowing the riots was a choice, a deliberate choice.
Right. I agree wholeheartedly.
And allows this young man literally to walk out. He gave him a pass. He didn't allow evidence in. If somebody said they were going to kill somebody with an AR-15 30, 40 days ago, and they actually do it 40 days later, that's good evidence. If somebody's in...
Wow, somebody that needs to go to law school.
So that guy right there in the front, I think, is Jacob Blake's uncle, supposedly.
Justin Blake, I think was he said,
They talk about harming minorities, and he acted it out. Now, you tell us why he got a free ride. His bail money was raised by the Proud Boys, the Ku Klux Klan.
His bail money was raised by the Proud Boys and the Ku Klux Klan. Where did they get this stuff?
I mean, that's
crap. But that's, I mean, I'm not going to say that no Proud Boys or perhaps KKK members would not have donated, but that's not what happened. You know, that was one of the other things early on in the trial. Binger wanted the names of all the donators.
Oh yeah, what could possibly go wrong with that?
Right? Yeah. No thanks.
We're live on MSNBC. What did you make of Mr. Rittenhouse's argument of self-defense?
There was no self-defense. Self-defense is when you're protecting your home, you're protecting your family. He, in a very bastardly and dastardly way, used the law that worked for him. There was
Super chat.
no self-defense.
So there's no self-defense, only in your home is his position. The caveman that conquered Wakanda, super chat. The Kosherites are already seeding narrative BTF. Oh, blown the fuck out. Let's see here.
Of the Second Amendment. Emotions running high here, Chuck, but we can say it's been very peaceful here, and the hope is by local authorities again that Kenosha stays peaceful.
Of course it's peaceful. It's still daylight.
Thank you, Gabe. Thank you for that effort. Yeah. Let me go to Shaquille Brewster and Shaq. I think you've got this statement from the Huber family.
Well, the Huber family has made a statement.
We just got into the newsroom.
What did they
say? You can share that with us. What does it say?
Yeah.
He's saying it now.
Chuck, this is just coming in. It's an extensive statement, so I'm just going to read a bit of it. But it starts by saying, we are heartbroken and angry that Kyle Rittenhouse was acquitted in this criminal trial for the murder of our son, Anthony Huber. There was no justice today for Anthony or for Mr. Rittenhouse's other victims, Joseph Rosenbaum and Gage Groskowitz. We did not attend the trial because we did not bear to sit in the courtroom and repeatedly watch videos of our son's murder, and because we have been subjected to many hurtful and nasty comments in the past year, but we watched the trial closely, hoping it would bring us closure, And the final thing I'll read from it is they say that did not happen. Today's verdict means there is no accountability for the person who murdered our son. It sends an unacceptable message that armed civilians can show up in any town, incite violence, and then use the danger that they've created
You
to
mean the
justify
rioters?
shooting people in the street. That's, again, from the family of Anthony Huber, the 26-year-old. And one piece of context for this is Anthony Huber was the man reflected in the fourth count of this case, the most significant
Huber attacking Kyle Rittenhouse.
First degree.
He's running to the police. He's running away from Anthony Huber. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. And he runs up and brains him with a skateboard.
Let's see here. The Geth super chat. I super chatted that to Sargon yesterday. Oh, did Sargon stream yesterday? If we take the GOP, dereliction of duty must be a felony from the chief to the riot cops on the street. Oh, he's talking about the issue of the riots being allowed to happen. I believe.
Right. And nobody's paying any penalty. Now, some could argue that the trial itself was a form of penalty for Mr. Rittenhouse, and the near, what was facing him.
This is Chuck Todd's take.
But how does the Huber family get closure? I don't know if they ever will.
The thing you're listening to.
Oh, no one's paying any penalty.
It's a
I'm
really
like, that's the point. He didn't commit a crime. That was decided.
Because my father-in-law, who was a federal judge, was murdered because of his judicial service, and ultimately the man who was responsible for killing him was convicted at trial in both state and federal settings, and that fact of conviction does give families an enormous amount of closure.
So
and something that I've always been very acutely aware of as a prosecutor is that there are a number of things that are important to victims, but among them is learning the truth.
They're at the
and
bottom of
having
that
people
wheelchair
accept
accessibility ramp.
And be held accountable.
Maybe when they said
so
Jacob Blake was there, maybe he came down that ramp.
Yes, to some extent, the family does know the truth.
Because the media is in a scrum down there.
In some cases, to see video as grainy as it is. Yet the notion that Kyle Rittenhouse, who, for instance, when he was released pre-trial, hung out with members of the Proud Boys and flashed white power signs, and now
here we go, hanging out with the Proud Boys and flashing white power signs.
That's extraordinarily difficult.
This is
for family
MSNBC
members.
after in
One
the
of
wake
the
of
goals
his
of our system
acquittal.
has
This
to
is
be
what they're
restorative justice,
reporting.
helping everyone involved in these situations, from defendants, perpetrators, to family members and victims, find a path forward. And this trial in Kenosha, Wisconsin has
it's like
not
she doesn't
done
understand
that,
that
for
Kyle
the
was the
victims
victim in
and the
this
victims
case.
themselves.
Yeah, David
Some
Anderson,
victims.
essentially, and you talked about this earlier, this should have been presented by the prosecution as a failure in public safety and should have been focused on public safety. The state failed. The state failed to create an environment that was safe. The state failed to prove who did make the
environment safe.
Period unsafe. And now we're in
exactly police brutality.
Right, it's just bullshit.
To make the environment safe, they would have had to have mass arrests of the people setting the fires.
Right.
And beating the store merchants. Remember, it wasn't just they keep focusing on that night alone, as if the previous 2 nights never happened. You know, how about the furniture store owner who had his jaw broken in the hellacious beating that they gave him?
Is help people heal. And so building on what Joyce was just saying, one of the things that I did when I was in special crimes is I would always tell people, look, I cannot promise you an outcome, and any lawyer who says they can is lying to you.
Designed to protect white people who kill.
You won't feel like you could have had a
oh my God.
Listen, I could think of a case on Long Island where a black man was in his home and his son was running from a white mob because apparently there was some dispute between him and one of them, and the mob chased him back to his house. High school age kids. And in the front yard, the man had defended his son and used his firearm as they were giving a beating to his son on the ground, and you know, that was a self-defense case. Now, are they saying that a man would not be able to defend his son from being beaten by a mob of white gang? Basically, a white gang beating him. Under this theory of the law, they'd want to lock the guy up.
Right.
Public safety and what the jury
No, and that's exactly how they would react to it. That's why I always come back to, like, what if Gage Grosskreutz had killed Kyle Rittenhouse, like, what if episode? Because their attitude about it, everything would have been polarized differently. It would all have been about Gage Grosskreutz, the hero who stopped the mass shooter, Kyle Rittenhouse. You know, and then Gage would be on trial, and Gage would be getting lionized by MSNBC. You know, the media makes me so sick in this situation.
And this is an important conversation to have nationwide as we think about not just healing communities, but making them safer, preparing them for the next incident, because there will be
preparing them for the next incident. This woman wants to make it safe to riot, essentially.
Right, exactly.
I mean, there were this fallacy that these people were protesters. There was no protest that night in Kenosha.
No, absolutely not. Not defensible in any way to suggest that that was a protest.
I mean, you could argue that the people walking around during the day were protesting, sure, but if you were out there and you're setting a dumpster on fire, you're not protesting. I'm sorry.
Right.
Obviously, it doesn't mean you deserve to die, but that's not why those guys got shot. They got shot because they attacked the guy.
White supremacy is trending on Twitter. Oh my God.
Super chat. Caveman that conquered Wakanda. Kosherites seething over their tribesmen getting put down rightly. Their narrative is absolutely BTFO, so now they have to double down on the smear, LOL. I mean, really, guy, do we have to go there? Lucifer the Doberman. Kyle is going to be drowning in kitty for a year. Okay. Well,
then.
Okay, it may sound crass, but there is a certain element that, yes, probably would love to get with Kyle right now. As strange as it sounds, he's an 18-year-old. I mean, athletes have groupies. Why not right-wing figures? It's going to be interesting, though, because I think we noted in the course of some of these streams this week that Kyle had previously, apart from his obvious attendance at a Trump rally, not really had any political expressions that we could attribute to him directly.
That's why I said earlier when I interviewed Lynn Wood, he was his lawyer at the time and didn't even know what his political affiliations were.
And it's going to be interesting to hear him speak from now on in his own voice, now that I assume he's free to speak without legal jeopardy. Now he will be able to opine. Or will he just take like a Nick Sandmann approach and just kind of withdraw from public life? Because it seems to be the people on the left that become famous for these type of incidents, they become activists, while on the right, you just never hear from them again. Well, maybe not the McCloskeys, obviously, didn't go that route.
Right, no, for sure.
But, for example, the kids at the, what was the Stoneman High School mass shooting? They all became activists, and for a while there, they were on TV like almost every day.
Glenn Beck is saying he'll donate money to Kyle Rittenhouse so he can sue the crap out of the corporate media.
Well, most of the media, I don't think he'd have a case, but there are some extraordinary examples, Joy Reid being one of them, where it's like, wow, that's...
Millions need to go her way. I mean, his way, I mean, millions. Oh, man, there's a great picture of Kyle hugging Shafirasi. That's freaking fantastic. Ruin Leon tweets, I got a meme that's showing the guy with the kid with the MAGA hat. His name is escaping me now because I need it. Who sued the media? Yeah, Nick Sandmann says I got $250 million from the media for defamation lawsuits. And then it shows Kyle going, "Hold my beer."
Well, they say I don't think he got the $250 million.
Right.
He was suing for $250. I bet you the settlement was for a lot less than that. But point taken. Nick Sandmann actually did put out an open communication to Kyle about a couple days ago. saying that he probably is the only guy his age that could probably understand what he's going through. Who's this talking here?
You still on MSNBC?
No, the 10 minutes just went expired.
Oh, okay.
Wonder what CNN is doing. Rittenhouse not guilty on all charges. Watch CNN. They usually have the same deal. They'll usually give you like a 10-minute window. Yep, 10-minute window preview. Although they may be in commercial because the screen is just black. Let's see here. It's amazing how Riquetta Law's channel got buried in the Kyle Rittenhouse trial search. They just don't
They're
want
probably
people to go
having
there.
all kinds of fun right now.
All right.
His stream had more viewers than mainstream media streams did. Or that's pretty awesome.
Oh, look, is that McCloskey talking?
I don't know.
Yeah.
My batteries are
It's the
charged.
McCloskeys are there. It's hard to hear, though.
The second person shot and killed that night in August by Kyle Rittenhouse, coming at him with his skateboard, making contact, hitting Kyle Rittenhouse. The mother and father of Anthony Huber said this, and I'm just going to read it to you so that it is accurate. They said that we are heartbroken and angry that Kyle Rittenhouse was acquitted in his criminal trial for the murder of our son, Anthony Huber. There was no justice today for Anthony or for Mr. Rittenhouse's other victims, Joseph Rosenbaum and Gage Grosskreutz. You will remember that Gage Grosskreutz
outside of the courtroom, but it didn't.
Bicep was basically blown off, and he did take the stand in this case. We should also mention that the mother and father of Mr. Huber, Anthony Huber, were not in the court watching all of this, and they explained why. They said they just could not take the emotional toll from sitting in trial. However, members of Anthony Huber's family were there. His aunt, for example.
Oh man, I just can't take this lady. Sniper Sight 00 says, what will the effect be to the value of the Full Metal Jacket AR-15 Black Assault Rackless Rifle after all this? Seriously though, if he were to auction that rifle off on eBay or something, I mean on at an auction, he would get like a Sotheby's. Although I have the feeling Sotheby's wouldn't take it.
You know, at the same time though, like if that were my gun and I just used it to save my damn life, you know, I think that gun would never be going anywhere. Call me crazy.
I mean, put it towards the kid's education, says I.
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
I mean, they fucked with his life, and it's up to him to salvage the best life he can out of this going forward.
If he ends up with millions, he's probably should invest his money and just be smart with it, you know, and then figure out a way to like.
Because like somebody in the chat suggested that he wanted to become a doctor or an EMT, and I think that's going to be almost impossible. No med school would probably accept him.
Right.
No city would hire him as an EMT.
Right. Man. I usually have so much to say.
I understand. You've been heavily involved in this for a long time.
2 weeks, man.
No, it's not the same for me. I drop in and out of this as events come.
Just 2 weeks of grueling. Like I had a broken tailbone, sitting in my computer chair, poring over video footage, watching entire live streams that were often 8 to hours or more long, just if like one of them, I literally watched Versata Media, the whole thing, to get like 10 seconds of Kyle crossing the street with McGinnis and Ryan Bulge because it went on beyond the video that I had. Insanity, putting all that crap together. Nuts. Back then, I didn't have this special desk that allows me to lay on my bed and use my computer, so it was.
Guys, you gotta understand, these city police departments, they're run by leftists. I mean, the cops themselves may not be leftists. Your typical cop tends to skew right-wing, but the people that run them and make policy, they're leftists for the most part. And like, if you're an appointed police chief by a Democrat mayor, you really think they're gonna let them hire Kyle Rittenhouse as a cop? I doubt it. Could he become a cop in say a suburban district? Maybe, I guess, maybe. Military, that's different. Yeah, if he wanted to join the military, well,
they'd take him.
They would take him.
Yeah.
Federal government can't really turn you away. If he wanted to go and be some sort of like pararescue type person. Circle of Snakes, I'll just leave this here. Girlfriend of Anthony Huber says she has a lot of sympathy for Teen, referring to Kyle.
Huh.
Ironically, when this all started, remember that was Gage Grosskreuz's claim initially that, he had sympathy for Kyle being attacked and all that, but I don't know, the actions seem to not play that out.
And when you're in the wrong place at the wrong time, things happen. But you're not supposed to get off like that. There's a consequence behind everything. And
What do you mean you're not supposed to get off like that? That's literally what the self-defense laws are for. So that you don't have to, weigh spending the rest of your life in jail, over protecting your life. That's literally what the self-defense statutes are for. So it looks like that guy's letting people speak no matter what their political affiliation or opinion on the trial. As long as they don't.
Curious what the girl who's on the microphone is saying.
She was talking about you can't just get away with crimes and all that. So she's clearly upset that Kyle wasn't convicted.
The thing is that they want that to go in the other direction, that other people should just be allowed to get off on crimes, and then they have excuses. Well, it's the system, or it's poverty, or whatever, which those things contribute, but that's not, it's like they want anybody that they are allied with to get off, and they want anybody who...
All right, we got some sort of potential altercation here, as this guy's trying to block out the speaker.
The problem is they don't want to admit that somebody was being accosted. So what she's trying to say is next time somebody walks up on her, they can beat her ass. As long as they don't kill her or put her in the hospital, they were the victims and not her. That's what she's telling you. She's telling you that as long as she doesn't get hurt, she can get accosted and beat up, and it's not a crime for those people to beat her up because they were the victims for beating her up. That's what she's saying, because that's what the court proceedings prove. The court proceedings prove that Kyle was defending him.
Again, this is a thing where this guy, I would assume he's on the left, doesn't want this guy hurt. Stop filming him, this, that.
Right.
It should just be let everyone say what their opinion is.
Well, it's like that.
Shut it down.
Moron Bad Bunny, who put out that thing of like, if anybody says the following things, they're fascists, and to block them.
Jeez. I mean, he gave up his microphone to let that girl speak.
Right.
He didn't try to shut her down. He's countering what she said now with his words.
It's like all the people who say that, this is something even anarchists I've talked to have agreed about. It's like, why is it that the group that's supposedly opposing fascism is the biggest on censorship? It doesn't make any sense at all. None.
All right, the other guy's talking now. He's talking about Antifa shutting down First Amendment speech. Protected speech.
Fuck the FBI.
Go ahead and see if I can find the stream.
then why are you buying into the leftist reason? The whole reason you're here is you're buying the narrative of the media and the left. That's why you're here. You do. But if you're going to tell me it's not a left and right issue while you're standing on the left, you're a hypocrite. I've said from day one when I showed up here, I do not support Trump. I do not support Biden. I do not support... No, this whole case has to do with the Biden and Trump. Because if Biden wouldn't have politicized this case, nobody'd be here. Biden made a campaign ad that called Kyle Rittenhouse a murderer before he was found guilty.
McCloskeys are taking photos off to the side.
Right.
It's innocent until proven guilty in this country. A concept that none of you have seemed to understand. Not mad at what you charge him, as mad as what you found guilty of.
Wow, this is like basic civics 101. He was charged, yeah, and found not guilty in a court of law.
Right.
What does it mean he was charged? Man, you could make the same argument for a lot of people on the left.
The problem really, dude, is that it comes down to just lynch mob justice. That's what they want. But the problem is they want only their lynch mob to win. That's really what it amounts to. It's just lynch mobs are fine as long as they're my lynch mobs. But that's how these people think.
Oh, somebody's saying check out Andy Knows Twitter. Andy No. I should have thought of that, actually.
Oh, yeah, good point.
More accounts inciting violence and criminality in response to the Kyle Rittenhouse ruling. Left-wing accounts are furious and are inciting mass violence on Twitter after Kyle Rittenhouse is found not guilty. Alright, so his first one was this.
Chad Loader, freaking
Big Country Benjamin, do not post about crimes on the internet. Do not post about crimes on the internet. That's what he just keeps repeating. Tangerine Tornado, 2 respondents, it's time to burn it down in Kenosha. Fuck Kyle. An account named Ray, it's okay, we will riot tonight. Okay. Twitter safety, hello. Feardorcha, reminder folks, it only takes between 6 and 10 people to flip a police car.
Kenosha needs to burn from Claudio report.
Proud Bobo, that's the cue to get in the fucking streets.
Yeah.
Deleted Donald says Kenosha needs to burn. Oh, Claudio report is in reply. Cherry City Collective, that's an Antifa account. All Out Salem, 6 p.m. courthouse tonight. The Cherry City Collective. Yeah, it looks like I'm gonna have to have the riot stream tonight. They carry out on their promises.
I have to mute for a second.
Yeah, let me check. ABC Arizona. Let's check out ABC Arizona then. Oh, they've got a helicopter overhead. This must be the helicopter that was hovering over the courthouse that we saw in that other stream.
Yeah, and of course they'd have to have a helicopter overhead just in case anything unfolds.
So, you would want. I wonder if there's some practical limit to where, at some point, where the police would say, "Okay, you guys are blocking the entrance to the courthouse," because this is a bit much to be standing there for hours blocking the entrances. No, it's a news helicopter. I saw it earlier in the stream. It was hovering. It was one helicopter in the sky, a white one. There must be someone connected to the case talking, because it looks like the media is gathered around someone and they've got their boom mics extended. Yeah, the mouse is in the house. The Disney mouse. Oh, guys, come on. Just the optics. They're already trying to paint him as a quote-unquote white supremacist. To be
right.
You're gonna have a Proud Boy, a honor guard. Let's play into the prosecution's theory or narrative. Only problem with the helicopter is you get no sound. Really, you know what it is? I think they're just gathered around the guy that's talking.
Well, there's like Mersado Media Snack Squad is videoing right next to a black guy who's getting in the face of the dude with the New York accent.
Yeah, that's what I think it is.
Yeah.
Oh, we got somebody leaning forward now. Is the black guy wearing a white kind of coat or jacket? Because there's an animated discussion right now between this guy in white and this guy. A lot of hand waving. We got finger pointing. Snack Squad, you say?
Yeah, unfortunately, like every time somebody likes the stream stops for a second, but you can get up close and personal. The Black Lives Matter people are really getting in this dude's face. Fortunately enough, they seem to be keeping their hands to themselves, but he was saying earlier that they were touching him, so. I can drop the link in your Twitter if you need.
It usually is one of the ones they allow on here. Snack Squad, I just have to usually scroll down. Although I see that Rupley stream and I'm tempted.
Somebody's saying, don't you have 15 felony convictions?
Here we go, Snack Squad.
Oh, I know that guy. That's the guy I had on my show recently. That's Kenosha County Eyes editor. Up on now.
Yep, it is. That's the guy I was seeing from the helicopter.
Right.
White jacket guy, black, talking to this guy with the balding hair.
45. You're not concerned about that?
It's a very sketchy stream, though.
Yeah, I don't like that it kicks out every time somebody likes it, but I don't know what that feature's about. It was the only one I could see that could really see up close to this argument.
45 felonies is too many to be inciting violence. What you mean? You should go home, man. How the fuck you need to go home?
This guy has 45 felonies on his record?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, that's how it started.
How is he walking around?
Walks over and says, you know, don't you have like 15 felonies? He's like, no, I have 45.
This woman here
it amazes me.
Call me a sex offender. That's called lies.
You probably are. Go ahead and prove it. Since you're doing background checks.
Go ahead and do a background check. I've been married for 20 plus years. I got a wife and 3 kids.
Come on, man.
Was it Black Conservative Preacher has a steady stream?
I don't know. I don't have that one up.
Someone in chat was saying it. Black conservative preacher. Welcome aboard, Phil K. Oh yeah, this is steady. So a lot of people standing around. Yeah, that's the guy that was
Somebody's
45.
calling for medic.
Oh yeah, somebody's down on the ground. Someone is in medical distress on the ground. Yeah, it's a seizure. You can tell. You see them convulsing. They're having some sort of seizure.
That's what's happening.
You're watching Black Conservative Preacher?
Yeah. I'll put it on full screen so everybody can see it well. Maybe this person has epilepsy. They're just rolling them on their side so they don't swallow their tongue.
Oh yeah, he's waiting one there.
I was gonna say, get Kyle. He knows first aid. Here come the cops. Cops need to make a perimeter. Either that, or if you want to be dark, maybe a drug overdose. It's also possible.
And of course, we always lead dark here on the NeoUnrealist show.
They're trying to keep back 45 felonies up.
Oh,
45 felonies is in a fight.
Cop just had to shove him.
Yeah, that was a cop.
Yep.
That's a big boy there. That's a big boy. That's a big boy.
Yeah, that cop that hit him is pretty diesel. Look at him.
That's a big...
Guy's a walking tank.
Yeah.
Think he lifts weights?
He's
Jesus.
smaller than you, CJ.
It's like a linebacker or a heavyweight wrestler.
Freaking shoulders are popping out of his jacket.
Hulk smash.
Hulk smash. Yeah, that man is what they call swole.
Yeah,
Police have blocked the street over there so that nobody else can come down the street.
He threw 45 felonies back like a rag doll.
No, because I man up to the shit I did wrong. That's the difference from man up to what.
Oh, somebody in chat said it might be 46 felony guy soon.
Well played, sir. Well played.
Okay, that guy that was having a seizure on the ground, I don't know. Oh, they took his jacket off, so. Little havoc in front of the courthouse. Holy smokes, that guy does kind of remind you of Harvey Weinstein.
Who got a goddamn loudspeaker? We need an actual man. There's 200 motherfuckers out here. Y'all never been trained on seizure training, you dumb motherfuckers. This is why people say defund the police, because y'all just block the people out there. Shut the fuck up, bro. If he got EMT training, let him in. He just said he got EMT. Go in there, man. He a medic.
Does he understand that the cops can't just take your word for it?
Bro, this public property, bro. Go in there, bitch. You an EMT.
Who is this guy inserting himself?
He's an idiot. That's the same guy that was standing in front of the dude with the New York accent earlier.
It is taking a long time for the ambulance. Like, there hasn't been
Did these idiots watch the trial? Didn't Kyle say he was an EMT? I thought that was one of the major features. Alright, were you in fact an EMT? Did you have the training? Cops can't just take your word for it.
Let the EMT through! He needs help! He's an EMT! What can y'all do? More than what you guys do.
So she doesn't murder someone? What did he just say he can do? Not be interactive, you just stabilize.
Here comes the headlines. You know, police block, you know, medical attention for protester. You know it's coming.
Basically, it's like these guys don't understand. Anybody can claim to be an EMT on the street. I've seen this come up before because of, you know, the riots and stuff.
Well, right. Antifa and all them have medics. Like
they're all medics. Yep.
Right. So like even like the fucking Zeminskis, when he was arguing with me in my comments, he said that him and his wife were out the night before being medics. There's no way they're medics. Like, but he just openly admitted that they do that.
Yes, the police shoot people for fun. It's so fun to shoot someone as a cop. Makes your life wonderful.
Criminals shoot people for fun. The people that will show up. That's why I'm always like, organized crime, the cartel, they have people that shoot people for fun.
Well, it helps to have like psychopaths in that line of work to do that.
Right. And they think if they just defund and, you know, make the police weaker, that they're going to be safer. Nobody who lives in these neighborhoods thinks that.
Nope.
Other than the brainwashed morons like this.
You can't look at him. Get let him put the fucking sweater through. Stop quiet.
Think about it.
And dude, stop it. You give her the jacket. No, some police on bullshit.
We have the anti-police rhetoric starting to rise. Cops on you see a cop over there on the radio, probably getting an ambulance.
See, that's the other thing. Even if the guy does have some sort of medical knowledge, the cops let him through. Anything happens to that guy as a result of inadequate medical care, now that cop is liable.
Right.
Sounds like there's an ambulance.
Sounds like I can hear a siren now.
Yep. Yep.
Best thing these people can do right now is just back off, get away, give them room.
Why does an ambulance take so long?
Because it can't teleport?
the ambulance is taking so long because it's a black woman. That's what they're saying. That's what a guy just said. They're building up the anti-cop rhetoric already. If there's going to be a riot incited, it's going to happen right here.
Somehow the ambulance is taking long, according to them. That seems like a typical response time to me.
Imagine how long it takes to get to the hood. What'd you say, bro? What'd you say? I said, we at the courthouse. It took 10 minutes for an ambulance to get here. Imagine how long it takes for an ambulance to get to the hood.
Sounds like you need more funding.
And then on top of that,
right. For first responders. You want faster response times, right?
There's the ambulance. Now they can shut the fuck up.
Nice. This dude's still running his mouth.
The cops is designed specifically for this one building. The cops is only here for these buildings, and it took 10 minutes. They know that though. They know that they don't protect people. Only 3% of the work they do is actual individual crime stop. They don't.
Oh, this is the abolish the police rhetoric.
They abuse people.
Yeah.
And they get 40%.
Cops don't prevent crime. You can just not have cops, and then there would be no change in the amount of crime.
Someone in the chat says that he was timing it. It's 8.5 minutes, which is pretty. It's not that seems pretty good to me. Not taking too long.
I'd rather have hella sex workers out here helping us out. Shut the fuck up, bro.
Okay, so I can say I'm an empty, let me through, and then the liability falls on who?
Is it just me, or is the crowd getting bigger?
Yeah.
3 months away from cardiac arrest.
It's like people are starting to pile in.
The dude is right. He's like, listen, the city does not take liability. They don't let you through. They don't know you. any Tom, Dick, or Harry could come and say, I'm an EMT.
That's a no comeback response.
Alright, so they're about to move the dude onto the gurney.
Lucifer the Doberman says defund BLM.
Yeah. That'd do more good.
BLM, buy large mansions.
This bitch is so fucking dumb. She's been whether you for him or not. That's not the whole time. Look at the lack of humanity.
Look at the lack of humanity they show.
I don't understand what's inhumane about loading the guy onto the stretcher.
This one is a Ronin S. Yeah, it's on the front.
Purple hair.
This is the problem sometimes, is that the loudest, the most ignorant person seems to be the one that these people listen to.
They didn't call the ambulance.
Super chat from Circle of Snakes. For a dude that suddenly knows so much about the law, he sure has trouble dealing with the verdict.
They not. If you had the seizure, they wouldn't help you either. They wouldn't help you either. They wouldn't help you either. Shut the fuck up. Shut the. She's not no fucking cop. You said what?
You don't want to talk.
No, someone else is the instigator, not dude over here. Shut the fuck up.
Obviously.
It's not about me. It's about a black woman that just had a seizure. Why are you an interviewer but you talking over me? It took a long time to come out. Nigga asked the question, and I tried to answer. But you just said, we have slaves out here, y'all. We have slaves out here right now, y'all. We do, and one's right here. Damn, he's right here. He's right here holding one. Right here holding the camera. You see the slave right here.
Is there some sort of temporal rift, to history that's bringing slaves out the other side?
He's calling black conservative preacher a slave.
Fuck Joe Biden. Fuck Joe Biden.
He's the other loudmouth.
Fuck Donald Trump. And fuck Kyle Rittenhouse. Let's go, Brandon. No, fuck Joe Biden. I ain't on the right. I ain't doing no coding.
He just said fuck Joe Biden. Fuck Kyle Rittenhouse. Fuck Donald Trump.
He's wearing a flash hat.
He hates everything.
The media that made that shit. The liberal media made it up. That ain't the left. I don't give a fuck about Joe Biden, bro. Fuck Joe Biden. You just said I'm Democrat. That ain't the left. That ain't the left. Joe Biden ain't the left. Joe Biden ain't the left.
What do you think he is?
He's a centrist. He's a fucking fascist.
Uh-oh, Joe Biden's a fascist now too.
Fascist. Joe Biden's a fascist.
What's funny is, that guy, I'm gonna forget his name, but he always does videos in front of darkness.
And I answered it. I said it's not what I would like, it's what they need to do is their duty. It don't matter what I like.
Anyway, he did this video called Time for the Wake Up, and part of it was that Antifa are not, domestic terrorists. They are anti-fascists, and they only exist because of fascist Trump supporters. And then literally the day after he released his video, Antifa attacked Democratic National Headquarters and was out in the street with anti-Biden signs.
These are the guys that you'll see after dark out there. You could tell. These are the guys saying that Joe Biden is a fascist. Got no use for the police. Yeah. You'll be seeing them later.
You said Milwaukee, in the nicest neighborhood of Milwaukee, there's no police.
Neighborhoods with more police. Go ahead. Neighborhoods with more police decrease property value. You want to talk, but just
because it means there's more crime.
Mitigate the resources, lose the opportunities, lower the average of grade point average. These is all
grade point average? What? Presence of police affects his grade point average?
We're gonna actually have a two-way conversation. I'm not done yet, though. You get your time when I'm done.
This is some Ivermex Kendi bullshit right here. Next level, what the fuck are you talking about, Ivermex Kendi? Sorry for dropping so many F-bombs. I'm just no,
it's alright.
I've listened to these assholes all year.
This is not Timcast IRL. You can curse.
I like money. To uphold the fucking status quo.
What's wrong with someone working hard and achieving something and being?
I can't become a millionaire.
What's wrong with hard work and achievement?
The problem with someone working hard, achieving something.
No, capitalism and working hard.
Now he's talking to capitalism. Yeah, this guy is clearly on the Antifa wave.
I know you don't know what that word is, but
and the funny thing is that
capitalism is upheld by soldiers that started off as slavery. You know that.
because they have a lot of shit to say, but they're not doing any work on the props. You know, like they're just proselytizing the whole time.
Yeah, he's spitting concepts that he doesn't understand anyway.
3% of police budget goes to individual crimes. Wait, and I'm giving you facts.
You're still not talking about why it's happening in those neighborhoods.
Yes, I am.
You're
what neighborhoods? You never brought up neighborhoods until right now.
Okay, so
are these ever say neighborhood?
This is Twitter, the live-action role-playing game.
What communities are you referring to? What communities? You're saying
you tell me, because you're saying
why are you saying he tell you? You asked
said it earlier. You said in the communities, the police officers were
name the where are you from? Where are you from? Where are you from?
Super chat from Lunar. Dollars to donuts. We see Kaepernick light here again and ensuing riots. I was gonna. I didn't make this. He did strike me. I'm like, this guy looks like Colin Kaepernick a little bit.
You go to the nicest area in Kenosha, it has the least police.
Colin Kaepernick, the slave.
Kaepernick light
in the NFL.
You're not saying why. I can't fuck. Yes, I am.
Did you see that in his Netflix video? He claims that the NFL is like slavery.
Yeah, that's a fascinating slavery. Enslave me then. Give me $100 million.
Right, to play a game.
To play.
Play a game. I used to love playing football. I'd do it for 100,000. Hell, I'd do it for 10,000 a year.
This is gravity. 9.8 seconds, whatever, motherfucker. That's a fact. You can't argue with gravity. You can argue about God. You can't argue about
is he talking about gravity
now? The numbers
now?
I'm giving you is real numbers, bro. I'm not making them up.
He's trying to
yeah,
something he's saying is scientific.
Real numbers. He's not making it up.
The population of black people is only 13%, but a black man is 13 times more likely to get killed.
And black conservative preachers like, why is that?
What do you mean, why is that?
He's almost there. He's citing.
Black conservative preacher just dropped the truth bomb on this dude, and he's ignoring him.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do you mean? Talk about real numbers.
Conservative preachers point out they commit more crimes.
United States of America. The statistics. Bro, the statistics. So
white people shoot up schools.
See, now he's getting all big up.
33% of black folks are in poverty.
Unless you're Simpkins. Simpkins apparently didn't shoot up any schools.
Listen, hold on, brother.
Super chat from Circle of Snakes. Scuffed Kaepernick.
Nobody out here. The reason we out here at this courthouse, no black man killed nobody. A white boy did. So who's more prone to violence? Who is on video?
White guy.
Rittenhouse is their evidence.
No black man killed nobody out here them nights. Hold on, no, you hold on.
Who killed a
you
black
hold
man
on.
out here?
You
Who
hold
killed a
on.
black man out here?
Okay, jump kick man. What color is he?
Huh?
What color is jump kick man? What color is jump kick man?
Jump kick man?
Yeah.
White boy.
Oh, you've been following the case?
I don't know the catchphrase.
I'm saying he shot at multiple people, not just the people that got shot. Okay.
How many black people did he kill?
None. It don't matter. Let me tell you what this means for black people and why this is a problem for black people. Because in the state of Wisconsin, no, don't go over there now. In the state of Wisconsin, they're trying to make protest laws to where we can't even protest or it's called a riot. So these motherfuckers think they can go
protest is fine. What are you doing right now?
Right. Nobody's like tackling them and throwing them on the ground. It's just bullshit.
They broke my legs. They will shoot you.
You black?
A building is an inanimate object.
Super chat from Sniper Site 00. This is why aliens don't come visit. Oh, he's not white. He's Native American. He's probably as Native American as Elizabeth Warren.
So speaking of Native Americans and racism, see the dude with the Washington Redskins hat over there?
Yeah. Follow hashtag gangway bully. Nah, but one of the loudmouths said he's Native American. Getting a look at him, he's as Native American as Elizabeth Warren.
Well, somebody asked him if he was black. That was somebody that wasn't on camera. I don't know.
Yeah, that his answer was I'm Native American. He's claiming that he's got his leg broken by the police, therefore they were against black people. So the guy asked him naturally, are you black?
The militia and all these motherfuckers that be with him.
What militia come down here just purposely?
The fucking militia he was here with.
So they was
the Proud Boys are organizing here in Wisconsin. We've ran them out multiple times.
Proud Boys don't even use firearms.
They've ran the Proud Boys out, he claims. When did this happen?
It wasn't gonna be sweet for him.
I'm not aware of any Proud Boy presence in Kenosha.
They told him, don't take your ass out there fucking with
the Kenosha Guard guys.
Don't take your ass out there by yourself. What did he do? What did he do? What did he do?
It's possible that some of them might have been Boogaloo, but as Jimmy Dore found out, the Boogaloo movement is very diverse. It's not It's one group.
Boogaloo is not Proud Boys.
Right, they're not.
The Proud Boys are not. The Proud Boys are not against government.
Right. Whereas Boogaloos want, like, they're basically anarcho-capitalists. What I understand. But when Jimmy Dore interviewed that guy, he liked most of what he said.
The thing that the Boogaloo Boys unites them all, regardless of their particular political flavor, is that they want to overthrow the government and not have any.
Right. Yeah, they're anarcho-capitalists. So that's. But the funny thing is that they show up. In some cases, as the guy that Jimmy Dore interviewed said, they'll come and protect BLM. Like they'll show up with their guns
because they feel
BLM.
They feel that they have a mutual enemy, the state.
Right.
I want to finish school to him real quick. Since it's black men in America need lessons on being black. The shit is ridiculous. Y'all come down here with them and find out y'all ain't they fucking friends. What black guy? That guy was over black people. Jacob didn't get killed. He's still alive. It don't matter if he got killed or not. He got shot in the backside. I've been shot at too. I'm from Chicago. That don't mean nothing. Hey, but my friend been killed by the police. If you would obey my law, it's stupid. He's going, okay, like me, take me in, and I'm gonna arrest y'all. You know what I'm saying? He didn't obey the law. If I run from the police,
See the Anthony Huber look-alike back there? I'm scared right now by the guy with the big hair.
School, around the school, on the grounds, around the grounds. The law is not equally applied, depending on what the fuck you look like and what you believe in. Fuck that. That's the whole point of us being out here.
If this is how protests went down, I'd have no problem.
So much ignorance. It's like you couldn't argue with this. There's no way.
Right. I'm just saying, I'm glad that they're keeping their hands in. Like if they could do that, we wouldn't have all these fucking problems. None of this shit would have happened. Nobody would have shown up with guns in that community. It's because they started burning down people's businesses who have nothing to do with what they're talking about.
Oh, we got threats being issued now.
You will get fucked up. You won't live next time. You won't fucking live. Fuck this court. Fuck this court. They did not do that fucking job. This was unequal. This was unequal system. An unequal system that allowed him to walk the fuck away when he's guilty as fuck. So fuck this court. Fuck the proceeding. If any of y'all think y'all finna go anywhere in this country and be around black people, go where the fuck black people are, or supporters of black people, and think you're the fucking police, you're gonna get fucked up. Like Kyle should have.
Kyle didn't shoot black
people.
people.
He should have.
The people who are rioting think
he should be
they
the
are.
fucking victim.
Kyle didn't shoot a black person.
It don't fucking matter. I'm telling them, that's what you think they came down here for? This is war. What do you think they came down here for?
You say he came down here to shoot black people? I thought they came down for
He came down here to shoot some motherfucking body.
What else? But you saying he came to shoot black people? That's what you're saying.
Listen, let me explain something to you.
Explain it.
Ahmaud Arbery is what color?
Why aren't we there? Why aren't we out there?
Is what color?
Why are we not at the Ahmaud?
In the civil rights movement, didn't not white people get killed as well?
Yeah, back when white people were still welcome in the civil rights movement. Yeah.
It don't matter that he was white. They was out here on behalf of black people. The motherfucker watched riots and said, if I have my gun, I'll shoot them. Yes, he came down here to kill motherfuckers.
So now it was riots?
Yes.
Who was doing the rioting?
Who was doing the rioting?
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about buildings.
Color don't matter.
I don't give a fuck about buildings.
Color don't matter.
As long as the people...
When it's a state-sanctioned murder,
when there's state-sanctioned murder, you get to riot.
When it's a
You just openly admit it.
Hold on, name, for all the patriots, name one time in history that y'all revolted, y'all called it revolt. Y'all always got a different word for the same shit. When did y'all not riot for change? You motherfuckers rioted to start this fucking country. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
If he wants to go into the American Revolution, he needs to revisit history class.
Well, it's like the Boston Tea Party shit. They try to use that meme was going around and they still use it. And I'm like, the Boston Tea Party was a very carefully targeted action against one specific company that was going along with the British taxes. They didn't just randomly burn shit and destroy shit in the city of Boston. Like, it's not the same thing at all.
More importantly, you're talking about these random acts that happened in Boston.
Right.
The revolution, the people that founded the country didn't just randomly start attacking British troops. they issued complaints to the king and parliament, and then finally, when they decided that they wanted independence, issued a document stating their cause, their reasons for declaring independence. Essentially, that their grievances weren't met. They went through a whole process before they decided, you know what, it's time to declare independence.
Right.
Petitions to the king and parliament, back and forth, back and forth. They had no initial desire to separate. Essentially, what their hand was forced by the fact that the British army essentially occupied Boston. You know,
right?
The
it's very much
colony.
Not like, let's just get a group of random people together and start looting and destroying random people's businesses who have nothing to do with our grievance. That's the part that they always like. It's just not the same thing.
Exactly. George Washington didn't run down the street and burn down the molasses warehouse or something. You know?
Right. Go loot the the local news store or something. That's no way.
They petitioned their government. The government said "fuck you" and sent an army to essentially occupy the homes of one of the colonies. In essence, to dissuade the other colonies.
Oh, somebody's saying he's Antifa.
Here we go. Left on left arguing now.
There it went. Told y'all. They're racist. Told you they're racist.
Black Lives Matter versus Antifa.
Understand, the guy's yelling at is a Puerto Rican black guy. Mr. Native American with the Wisconsin jacket.
And that's who a lot of the BLM, they get behind him. They get behind. I'm not saying you do. I'm not saying you do. I'm just saying.
I don't think these people understand. Like, you hear this lady?
I was a sanctioned
She doesn't understand that the hardcore of these people are Antifa and BLM.
Right.
She may say she's not with them, but she's essentially standing with them by association.
Right, exactly. This dude on the left who got his face for saying I am Antifa, like, he gets some pretty wild eyes. The guys with the flash hat.
Yeah, that's I'm a Native American, mister.
It's pretty nuts.
He just gets set off every so often.
I was out here protesting and took a bullet for me. So shut the fuck up.
I took a bullet. And then the other guy's going, it was a rubber bullet.
I'm a communist, you're right.
Not exactly the same.
He just admitted he's a communist.
I'm a communist. Where's the almost black dude he came with? Who was doing the interview before? Yeah, I see they on the same team now, yeah. Yeah, they need to take their ass up there. That's a good description of almost I'm telling black. Y'all, listen, y'all better wake the fuck up. Y'all think y'all had a win today, but it ain't gonna be how y'all think it is. And we ain't gotta burn shit up, we ain't gotta tear shit down, right. But I'm telling y'all, think that y'all can come rule over black people, that y'all can come police black people, and you don't have a fucking badge on, you gonna fuck around and find out. We ain't taking that shit from no fucking body. We ain't taking that shit from no motherfucking body.
That you want to be a mini police officer?
You know, the thing they were accusing Kyle of.
That's all I'm saying to you.
Otherwise,
don't attack him.
That's all
I say.
And send them to your community and see what the fuck they can police. We'll see what the fuck they can police then, and if y'all support them in court, we'll see how that goes. Fuck out of here.
What community is he even talking about? Kenosha's like 90% white and less than 5% black. What community was it Kyle in with? He's talking like he went to Harlem with a machine gun.
Well, and they all just keep ignoring. Nobody wants to talk about Simpkins. The kid literally brought a gun into a fucking school.
Shot a teacher.
Right, and like injured 4 people, was out within 24 hours on like what, $75,000 bond? You know, Kyle was in jail for 3 months and had $2 million bond. And they wanted to raise it again.
I think they didn't want him out, period.
Right. Well, yeah. No, I mean, it's ridiculous.
I mean, essentially $2 million. Think about it, even if you put up the $200,000 bond, I don't think that family had that kind of resources absent the crowdfunding.
No, they wouldn't have. No, they were poor.
No, ain't no BLM in Milwaukee. It's CPR and the
Now he's challenging him to come to Milwaukee and get shot up.
I'm telling you, these are the boys you're going to see after dark somewhere.
Because Kyle Rittenhouse's attorney is on OAN right now. Sorry to interrupt.
None of that is important. Just ignorance yelling.
It was just the only thing going on for the longest time.
I don't think we can see OAN unless, let me try their YouTube channel if they have one.
They should. Hell, I'm having trouble finding it too.
One America News Network.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not. They're not going to live stream their broadcast TV.
Oh, we might have to wait till later.
Oh, here we go. He's on.
First.
He's on CNN, but my preview time expired. Let me try the Kenosha Fox News channel. Fox Milwaukee. Where'd it go?
CNN, I gotta try to find.
Fox News Milwaukee. They would probably carry that.
One would hope.
Yep, they got it.
Made the Judge Act different. I suspect when everything cools down, if there was another big case in front of Judge Schrader, he'd let the cameras in.
Mark, will Kyle say anything to the crowd that's gathering down there now?
Yep, there he is.
You know,
we don't know that there'll be trouble, but you know, there's people gathering. By the time we left, there were more and more people showing up.
Super chat from Nick Crouch. Cloud TV is the official OAN network provider.
I don't.
KLOWD.
The people who are going to end up causing trouble, they don't want to hear from Kyle Rittenhouse. It's, you know, what, remain calm?
What do you think the wider implications of this verdict are?
I don't think it's that kind of case. I mean, you know, when you want to talk about implications and precedent and things like that, is it ever going to happen again? You know, is there ever going to be just a total unrest in Kenosha or some other city, and that's going to happen? You know, I just don't see that. It was a case about self-defense, the right to protect oneself from, you know, Mr. Rosenbaum. Don't want to speak ill of the dead, but he wasn't a nice person, and everybody knows
That's
why.
To say the least.
And a lot of that didn't come in front of the jury. So
Rosenbaum, not a good guy.
Any broader implications. I don't
want
to make it bigger than it is.
Right. A couple politicians in Wisconsin have used the word vigilante to refer to your client since the verdict came down.
What crime was he being a vigilante for?
Maybe they should have watched the trial.
Yeah. Bunch of dudes attacked him. That was it. Had they not chased him, no one gets shot.
You know, it's one of those things that anything that's said at this time is kind of meaningless. We have to take it in, reflect on it, and, you know, what's he thanking me for? And I don't mean that it's insincere, but it takes a while to process what happened today. I haven't processed it. I don't think I can't answer that question. If I had to guess, and it would be a guess, I don't think they'll stay in Wisconsin.
He doesn't think the Rittenhouse is going to stay in Wisconsin?
I'm going to take a couple of days off and go to the Badger game tomorrow.
He's going to the Badger game tomorrow.
Hopefully. I've missed a couple of Badger games because of this trial, and I'm very much... We were afraid we weren't going to get to go because they were going to have them deliberate on Saturday.
Oh, dude, wow.
I don't begrudge him.
Way the hell down.
Yeah.
Man. He literally like fell on his chair.
Watch it. When they give him the water, I don't even think he was able to drink it.
I don't believe that. Yeah, I don't believe that.
Tell him to breathe.
There was the questions.
That means he was having a panic attack.
I said this to some people yesterday when they asked to call off at 4 o'clock. You could see the tenseness in those people, the jurors. At least I could or sensed it, who were entering that room. And,
that's a good point. If Kyle is a vigilante, that would mean the people he was shooting were criminals, no? If that's their narrative. If there was some
early verdict and they were playing all of us for fools, they're great actors and actresses. I don't think that was the case.
What do you think about the amount of time?
I believe so. I have clients from 30 years ago I still talk to. I get one of my oldest favorite clients. He moved out of Racine, moved to Minneapolis. He texted me congratulations. I talk to him once a month. I try to stay in touch with clients who want to stay in touch with me. I like to see him do well, and I hope that Kyle does.
I would hope if I had a lawyer that got me off of charges that could have put me in jail for life, that I'd keep in touch with him.
No shit.
They took it very seriously. As I said, it's the longest jury I've ever had out. Wow. Can I go home?
Go home. Anything else we haven't asked you?
Mark, do you think Phil ever talked?
The longest jury I've ever had out. Wow. Those are the comments from Mark Richards. He talked about a lot there. Talked about the threats he's received. It's scary how many death threats I've had.
Look at this sign, rehoming American bully puppies.
And said that this case became more politically driven than he expected. It became a bigger case than he thought. He thought the judge was fair, and the jury, obviously, in his case,
I guess someone just wants advertising for their pet call. That's the
Redskin
guy.
This was the first case that the media covered gavel to gavel for him. So
is that his issue?
He said it was a case of self-defense. Obviously, that's exactly what it came down to. He also mentioned he was disappointed in the prosecution because he says it wasn't so much about seeking the truth. It became about winning. We want to go live now to our Bill Miston, who is outside as that crowd has gathered. Are more people showing up, Bill, because you've been there, you've seen this all day?
Well, Steph and Ben, what I could tell you is that there's been more media assembled here than demonstrators than what we've seen over the last several days, at least this afternoon when that verdict was announced. But what I'm going to step out of the shot here so photojournalists
I tend to favor the local,
within the last several minutes. A handful of people with a snare drum and a banner
we got better coverage from the locals.
Aren't in agreement with the jury.
Clearly, this would be the biggest thing in the state of Milwaukee
the courthouse steps.
So they're not
people have kind of remained on the courthouse steps. I'd say probably a dozen or so demonstrators, surrounded by some onlookers as well as the media, continuing to talk and debate. I think, if I could put that lightly, after the verdict was read. And so this is kind of some of the most, I guess, activity we've seen as these marchers marched up. About a handful or six people with a banner that don't agree that the verdict was just and right. But that's what the jury brought
just
down.
Rosenbaum, not even the
group. Speaking with
it's
people over the last several
isolated.
days, and I know this was in my report last night, is that I spoke to a woman who traveled here from Washington State, and she says that the verdict, or just the events here in Kenosha and what's been going on, whether that is from what started all of this, the shooting of Jacob Blake by a Kenosha police officer, to the protests and unrest here following a summer where we saw protests and marches for social and racial justice. And the verdict in this case, she said it was a microcosm of what we're seeing across the country, and that there is a divide.
I'm curious as well if Binger will
that people
will
are
speak
still
today.
trying to suss out the details
he
here.
said he was not. Okay.
He said that a few days ago.
To maybe some sort of consensus. You've heard
normally the prosecutor does come out
Kyle
and say
Rittenhouse
something.
Talk about it. You heard Mark Richards. You've heard Jacob Blake's uncle, Justin Blake, as well as those who were here throughout the trial, who were supporting the families of Joseph Rosenbaum, Anthony Huber, and Gage Grosskreutz, that there needs to be some sort of unity and a way to move forward from this. And the woman that I was speaking to, I did follow up with her today as well, because she was still here, and she's been talking with a lot of people, and she may not be of the type of person that may align with, people who are searching for social justice, but she understands where those people are coming from and that there needs to be some sort of bridging of that divide. And are we seeing that here today? Possibly. But what we can tell you is that, this is still a very polarizing
I will agree that many of the people that you're looking at right now probably cross state lines to get there. So
I think we're going to see how this moves forward here in the next couple hours and days.
All right, Bill Miston reporting live outside the Kenosha County Courthouse, where
People
not
over
that
the
many people
conservative
have
preacher stream
gathered
are
at
now
this
calling
point.
for
He said
revolution.
maybe a dozen people. There's actually more members of the media than actual protesters there, which is probably a good thing since many people were on the edge of their seats with all of this.
Give it a few hours, lady.
2:02.
Yeah.
Let's hear the verdict as it came down.
All right, they're showing Kyle again when he got the verdict. I want to see the family. I didn't see this angle.
Oh yeah, oh Jesus, look at my name. She's like,
as to the second count of the information, Richard McGinnis, we the jury find the defendant Kyle H. Rittenhouse not guilty. As to the third count of the information, unknown male, we the jury find the defendant Kyle H. Rittenhouse not guilty. As to the fourth count of the information, Anthony Huber, we the jury find the defendant Kyle H. Rittenhouse not guilty. As to the fifth count of the information, Gage Grosskreutz, we the jury find the defendant Kyle H. Rittenhouse not guilty.
oh my God, I hope he didn't hurt himself.
Members of the jury, are these your unanimous verdicts?
Now he's
Is
having
there anyone who
difficulty
does
breathing.
not agree with the verdicts as read?
That's a panic attack,
Right.
Would you wish the jury polled?
or as they call it now, an anxiety attack. is
Okay,
the
folks,
term
your
they use.
job is done, and
Breathe.
we started
Breathe, Kyle.
just about 3 weeks ago.
That's what they're saying.
And I
So
I
they
told
did
you
it. They
the
did
last
come out last
2 weeks and
Friday
2
and
days. This
and
is
say
three-
that
this
he
is
is
3 weeks.
receiving therapy for
you were a
post-traumatic stress
wonderful
syndrome.
jury to work with.
Right.
Religious leaders are weighing in. Mary Stoker-Smith's in the
He's
newsroom with the
been
latest.
diagnosed with PTSD.
Well, Ben, good afternoon. Archbishop Listecki inviting people to promote peace after this verdict read today. I'm going to read you the statement that he put out. He says, and we quote, during times like this, with severe division among people and the potential for social unrest, it is important for us to remember Jesus' commandment to love one another. As Americans, we rely upon the rule of law and our justice system, which ensures the rights of all of our citizens. We need to remember that every individual is made in the image and the likeness of God, and therefore we need to follow the two great commandments, love God and love your neighbor as yourself. By doing this, we recognize the human dignity in every person and treat
on the Black Conservative Preacher stream.
respect and love. Again, those words from Archbishop Jerome Listecki coming in this afternoon. He is one.
All right. So, which stream do I have? A Black Conservative Preacher, you're saying?
Yeah.
What's being said, it's going to take courage like JoJo,
I mean,
like
it's
Anthony
bullshit,
to
but
stand up for what's right.
gonna
Did
lose
you just say JoJo?
Yes.
Again with JoJo the Cholo?
They say that all the time.
It was part of a beautiful rising last summer.
Like in a term of affection.
That's what was going on.
Really? He was part of a beautiful rising? He was in a mental hospital, bro. He attended one riot and attacked someone. What?
He basically stumbled out of a mental hospital into a riot. He's not an activist.
Spent most of the last couple of decades in jail.
Oh, there goes green sweatshirt guy. Seems to have calmed down.
People nuttier than him showed up, I guess.
I know when I was watching him talk to Kevin Glowicki, the guy from Never Stop, he was like being nice to him and stuff.
You really out? It was just
Yeah, I was gonna. Did he introduce himself as JoJo to his victims? Now we got some woman talking about. Oh, she attacked green sweater guy.
Oh, she did? Dude. Oh, they're gonna go in there and try to straighten that out.
that one dude. I do like him. He is, you know, he's guilty regardless, but he is really about just wanting the peace to remain.
respect that. Guy trying to break everything up. That used to be how things were.
Based on a judge who's related to him and on a system that does not find guilty to be guilty. We as a people are saying he's guilty. It is our decision that he's guilty or not. It is not the judge's decision. It's over. It is not the system's decision.
Oh, the people should decide if he's guilty.
You're still guilty.
Ah, mobocracy.
Right, lynch mob. That works so well for black people in the South.
Does she understand that if a majority say to hang her, then
right?
Is that the system she wants?
Hey Tom, keep saying nigga now.
Should have just surrendered to the mob.
Say it now like you did in that video yesterday. Yesterday he said nigger, nigger, nigger. He did. Say it now, bro. We got the video. Hey,
that's not the content.
Yeah, let's rile up the crowd.
Say that shit publicly. Let me see the video.
What did Bill Cosby say? He said,
no, you're not
quit yelling motherfucker, quit smacking your kids, and quit calling each other nigger. That's what Bill Cosby said.
Yo, say it in the context you've been saying it. There you go, look. Put a microphone on
that.
that.
Arabic girl is still speaking. I gotta agree with what Bill Cosby said, though. It drives me nuts that they use that word. I could go my whole life and never hear it again.
Oh, they've stolen his sign.
You're not violent when it's in response to a hate crime. Shut the fuck up.
Somebody's trying to throw it back to him.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Now you said it publicly?
Tell Dave Chappelle to quit saying it.
What did Dave Chappelle say?
Quit saying it. Tell Mike Tyson.
Say it. What did Dave Chappelle say? What did Dave Chappelle say?
We're not violent, but if you say a word we don't like, we will be violent. Okay?
You got CNN watching you. Say it to CNN.
Yeah, I don't think he cares about CNN.
That's right. I'm sure he sits up late at night being concerned about the CNN thing.
I already did.
Go ahead, say it to everybody.
Okay, let's see. Let's have a picture together.
Go ahead, say it right now.
Let's have a picture together.
He says that words are crime, words are violent. I already said it. He said, say it again. I said it again.
He's only here for a photo op. He's been here for 4 days, just here to be in front of the camera. That's it. He ain't even from here.
Tell him what he was saying multiple times, brother.
He's all local and he's all over the place saying that. He says it like it's okay.
Mike Tyson says it. Dave Chappelle says it. Chris Rock says it.
Let's say, for argument's sake, Green Sweater Man is the most violent racist in Kenosha. How is this helping their cause?
It's not. I just honestly though, again, this is like Twitter, the live action role playing game, because everything that Arabic girl said is exactly what they say on Twitter all the time. We the people get to decide if he's guilty. That's them more or less taking the mask off.
It's counterintuitive, because if she's claiming that white people are the oppressors, there's still the large majority. So does she want to put the fate of the minority in the hands of a majority?
You can't.
Right.
You just shouldn't. You shouldn't. You're saying you should. Why are you giving me? Why are you giving me saying that? Why are you giving me the right to say that? I'm not saying you can't say it. You can say it. You just shouldn't. Why? And you're pro him saying it. You're pro him. You should say it.
Yeah, I wish you wouldn't use the word, but I mean, you can't attack him because he's dropping M-bombs.
Well, right, exactly. The thing is that they're taking it out of context. She just said it like as if like it was his intention to try to like specifically say it for its original use. He's saying it because he wants other people to stop saying it. He just said that too.
Especially for him to say that in public like that.
See, guy in the Milwaukee Brewers hat.
Some things he said might not be
yeah,
up, but that is
that's the guy I said who in the distance looked like David.
He's the one that kept saying, you know better than to say it, you know better, basically threatening him.
Right.
And black conservative preacher is saying is, that words are not violence.
Validation. I'm not saying you fucking with come on, bro. I've been out here watching you all day. You're arguing with fucking people. Record. Get your footage. That's all you need to do, bro. You're the only reporter. I'm doing my job. I'm trying to get you to get the fuck on.
You let me do my job. I do my job the way I want to do it because I'm in America. I'm free. I'm a free black man. I get to do the job the way I want to. I'm not going to allow him or anybody else to sit there and tell me something or hurt my feelings. I'm not going to get into my feelings. That's the difference. Oh, because I'm not going to let someone hurt my feelings because they say something? Are we not better people than that? Are we controlled by other people?
Let me ask you honestly.
How ignorant is that?
Because I'm not disagreeing with you.
Yeah,
but I also, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not going to disagree with you.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I also agree with him. I'm not what I mean by freedom of speech, right? Yeah. I do agree with that because if we listen, because people do use the N-word.
I'm not trying to police his speech. I'm not policing him. I'm not saying we're going to lock you up for saying something like that. But if you say something fucked up, for him it's not fucked up, and for all of his friends it's not fucked up. But for majority of people, it's fucked up what he just said.
Right. So right.
You probably agree too. I mean, most.
So for some people that don't like it, right?
Yeah.
But
So
a lot
I'm
of
saying fuck you.
So
That's
listen.
why I was saying fuck you to his face because it's fucked up.
Right. So some people who don't like it, right?
90% of people
also use it. Also use the same word. They just kind of add an A at the end of it.
Okay.
Right?
I'm not.
Come on,
I'm not the one to
be honest, though.
I'm not the one to speak about that.
I'm not saying.
I don't understand why.
I mean, you know good.
But you know that people said it who also don't like the word. They add the A to the end of it.
They own it. That's not me.
I don't like any of those words.
What do you mean they own it? Who's they?
Ask someone else. I'm not the one.
The problem is that they essentially are saying that the use of that word would justify using violence against this man, which I can't. You don't have to like what he's saying. You can't attack him for it.
Oh no, I don't disagree with that. It's just the point that he was making. Even the guy that they're talking about saying it was saying that they need to stop saying it. But they throw it around with each other all the time, and I wince every time I hear them do it. It's just terrible.
I agree. It's a word I don't use unless I'm literally quoting someone who said it. But still, I mean, just because you don't like a word, you can't justify attack. And they keep saying, "Oh, you know better not to say that," because you're saying correct. You know better. You're basically making his argument for him, essentially saying that you saying that you're not violent, but then you're threatening violence over words.
Right, and I'm not arguing against him. It's more like the point he's trying to make is for some reason lost on them. Like, I don't know why anybody from their group, the people that are so upset about it, they constantly say it all the time. That word should just go away. But they perpetuate it. They say it more often than anybody now.
And that's another good point you just brought up. Why are they all crowded around him? If he's saying all this nasty shit, walk away from him.
Right.
I'm not going to hurt someone's feelings, but that's just me.
Right. And see, so somebody's talking about Muhammad, like I think your buddy just said that.
Right. Be intellectual about it. Have a discussion, but don't bash.
Because a lot of people, right. So a lot of people say, "F Jesus Christ."
The thing I don't understand is they're allowed to spout ignorance all day, but then they hear what they feels ignorance, and all of a sudden it can't be done. Haven't we listened to these people spout ignorant bullshit all morning and afternoon?
I'm with you 100%. If that's you, I'm with you 100%.
That's what I say.
I can agree with you. I agree with you. And that's the fine line with the freedom of speech stuff. It is. I'm not going to say because obviously
you can say whatever you want.
Right.
Good and bad. It comes with everything. That's what free speech is.
Right. And like you said, it's just for you, and some people wouldn't be pissed off.
I'm glad they're having a good conversation about free speech.
That's what it is. Yeah. He should know better.
See, now look, people are not talking to Green Sweater Guy no more. That's all you got to do. You can walk away.
Right.
He's not chasing anybody.
My thing, I also like context.
What's the context?
Because he was referring to. That's what he repeated.
He just said that so he could say it.
I don't know that. I don't know if you know. Maybe he does. Maybe he did. I'm not saying he didn't. Maybe he did. I don't know.
Well,
I don't know. Maybe he did say it.
If this is any precursor, though. Here we go. I didn't notice that little dog.
Straight up, one-on-one away.
What's going on?
I didn't notice that little puppy dog. Somebody's holding up.
His behavior is kind of instigating. You don't think he has an instigating type behavior?
You know,
That's what I'm getting.
and you know what? And he could. And a lot of people, they do
This little,
instigate
like,
in
jacket
order to
on.
get to get things like this sometimes.
That's probably not productive.
I'm not saying it is, but sometimes
At this point, though, I gotta say, if I was there, I probably would have left by now.
Because,
well, I mean,
get maybe a conversation.
There's nothing to wait for there. Nothing productive is gonna happen here.
It is a tactic. It is a tactic. It is a tactic. Yeah.
Wish
But
I
I'm
could
just- it
pan
is a
around
tactic.
outside.
Sometimes it happens.
Because it does look like there's more people in the
It
park.
shows that you don't respect
It just
me,
makes
so
me
I'm not gonna
wonder,
respect
like,
you. We're not gonna get to
if
anything.
they are going to do
It's
anything,
not gonna
it's
go
actually I want to go.
But to each his own.
If anything,
I've seen
I
it
think
both
the
ways.
park has been mostly
I've seen
where a
what
lot
you're
of
talking about,
pro-cow
but no
people
place-
that don't
but I've
want to
also seen it that it can
be
lead
in
to,
confrontation with,
better
the
conversations and things
anti-cow
like that. He was here
people tend to
yesterday, and
stand
he did
across
end
the
up having
street.
Conversations with people. So I mean, can it work? If he had conversations,
Take a look and see if the Antifa accounts on Twitter.
But then other people, like yourself and some others, it don't
The
work.
thing is, this verdict came on the worst possible day because now they got the whole long weekend to to travel there and
I mean, like personally, there's some things I don't use the N-word at all. I don't use it. They children, black children.
Andy knows.
I never sit in front of them. I don't let them listen to music that has it in it. Because I mean, if it's bad one way,
Yeah, Andy
it
knows.
should be
Got
bad
some
all the way
tweety
across.
stuff now.
You know, for me.
America gonna
And I
burn
make sure I hang
tonight.
around either other black folks who use it either. You know, because I'm not going to say, well, they're saying it wrong just because that's their accent or how they talk. And if they end up saying, oh, that's
Fizzle.
racist, I'm not going to hang around none of them. Just, nope, don't say
Street
it.
Action Resources
That's where
plus
I'm at.
info.
For me, but it's their own, you know. 'Cause I've heard other people, you know, even white people.
Fucking
they
your
hang around
block.
other black folks, and then they drop
A
it.
Wisconsin jury has
But they
acquitted
say it was
18-year-old
the,
Kyle Rittenhouse
you know, a slang
on
or
all
whatever
charges
they
in his
call it.
trial. We need to take
They
action in the
talk,
fucking
you know,
streets.
whatever they say it like that. I'm just not. I'm against it. My dad was a freedom fighter. He was a black
The new
man.
hashtag is fuck Kyle. It's time to burn it down in Kenosha.
He don't use it.
So what's your agenda now? Are you conservative? I don't want to.
Some of these you'd already looked at
I'm
earlier.
conservative. My dad is too.
So you're not for any change? Or?
It's okay. We will riot
encounter
tonight.
each other.
Yeah, I think you read that one earlier.
You know, it's interesting to bring that up because here's the thing. I think different parts of the United States have different issues, and until we travel and see things, I don't think we understand the complex. Because what's happening here in Kenosha may not be a West Coast thing.
But it's an American issue. It's an issue with a system.
Is there things?
It's an issue for America. It should be everyone's issue. Even though if it didn't happen in your city, it didn't happen in your town, it's still an issue for America to do. This one country. We're not different states aren't different countries. It's one country. Everyone should be concerned about it, don't you think?
And I think people are, but I think the media makes it divided. Because put it this way, my guy.
The ACLU is totally turned into a garbage organization because they're weighing in on this now. They used to be a nonpartisan, we're just here to fight for your rights organization, and now they're just a total far left organization.
Yeah, and I guess they're not worried about the right of self-defense.
Apparently not.
They're the American Civil Liberties Union. That's a civil liberty.
Yeah, they're posting about this, and they should just shut the fuck up.
They have the quartering on Ricchetta Law. Let's dip into this.
Yeah,
so
like.
No, okay, no.
It's been a
So
long
it
time.
was Nate and you. The first two streams. People keep giving me credit for this panel thing or whatever, and the reality is I was streaming this whether it was going to be me or anybody else. First day for jury selection, Nate joins on a whim. He's in the chat. He's like, "Hey man, you want?"
All right, they're giving the background of how Ricchetta Law turned into the Hollywood Squares.
Right.
So what I think I'm gonna do is, I think I'm gonna wind this stream down.
Yeah.
And I'm just gonna play it by ear. If there's like a major civil unrest tonight, just start up a riot stream. I guess I won't be sleeping. But
well, I'll be here with you, man. Just let me know. I'll do the same thing, and I'll watch for it. And if I see anything, I'll tweet you.
yeah, this is the so that's the plan. Because otherwise, we're just gonna sit here for the next few hours, get really tired, and then if something does happen, be screwed.
Right? No kidding.
See your family. I'm sure you said your kid came home. All that.
Yeah. No, they're both really happy about it, but they've been watching this with me for a while, so.
Yeah, I agree, chat. Legal bites, total babe. It's funny that you have all these lawyers and then you have the quartering. White pill dealer.
Right. Oh man.
Well, you know what it is I think the quartering has been on Raquetta's channel before all this happened. So it's like,
right.
It's the lawyers thing commenting on the trial just, you know, it happened, as you said, as an accident of the trial. So let's see here. I think I'm all caught up on super chats. I don't want to shortchange anyone. Yeah, looks like we're all caught up on there. All right, guys. So keep an eye out if there is some sort of violence in not just Kenosha. You got to keep an eye also on Milwaukee, Chicago, the usual suspects.
Right.
The
Portland.
Pacific Northwest. Yep. Seattle, Portland, all that. Usually, I don't know. New York and LA, it's usually peaceful protest. I mean, there was violent riots in New York last summer, but mostly here you just have a large demo.
Yeah, for sure. Let me address my guys in the chat. You know, if you're here visiting, NeoUnrealist was nice enough to let me on his stream during my time in Facebook or YouTube jail. Please consider subscribing to his channel. You're going to like his content as much as you like mine, I guarantee it. So he's one of the inspirations that got me into doing this on YouTube. So drop a subscription on him, guys.
Yeah,
thanks for
same
tuning
thing,
in.
guys. If you're viewing my channel, wander over to V Radio, see what he's written about this case. Other things as well. He's not just Rittenhouse. All Rittenhouse all the time, although lately it seems that way for the last 2+ weeks.
Right. I got a lot of stuff on critical race theory. I did a documentary about the murder of Jay Danielson by Michael Reinhold. And I got to redo. I'm going to have to do a 3rd edition of my documentary now that the old one is obviously obsolete. We've got new information, and I'd like to include clips of the trial that are relevant too. So.
And if you don't include that clip of "Don't be brazen with me," I will be upset. Don't get brazen with me.
It all started with a dumpster fire.
Who knew that was the most consequential dumpster fire probably in history?
Right, it really was, man. It really was.
All that arguing over that dumpster fire, it turned out to be a big something.
Yeah,
his channel is called V Radio. That's V-Radio.
Yep. You guys can check me out at v-radio.us, and there you can find also that I'm also on BitChute and Rumble, because I don't depend on YouTube. It's like your generation had it a little harder than the one before yours. I think my generation is going to have even harder of a time getting subscribers. So,
oh, Raquetta Law just put out a tweet: "Cry more, nerds," to the Washington Post. Because the Washington Post wrote a tweet analysis: Rittenhouse was acquitted, not vindicated. So Raquetta Law quote tweeted them: "Cry more, nerds." Raquetta Law getting in some licks. Alright, guys, so we're going to call it a stream there. That's all for this NeoUnrealist. If you want to help the channel, do me a favor, hit like for this video. Leave a comment below. That seems to help the algorithm. Mash down that subscribe button if you're not already subbed to the channel. If you've been brought here, you wandered over just to see some trial coverage. Click on the notification bell beside it. Put it on the all setting to keep up with newer content, of course. Now, if you want to contribute directly to the channel, that's more your preference than paying the YouTube tax. You toss your hard-earned dollars into the tip jar by following links below to Patreon, Subscribestar, or PayPal. Links are in the description. Or if you're catching this on BitChute when it loads there later, you can click on the green tip pledge button right on the video player. Most importantly, guys, thanks for